my god. Hello, Cyrus. How's it going? Wait. Okay, wait, before I go to the other screen, did you know that they put Nintendo Music on the browser now? I didn't know that, but they did. So I can play shit from there. I'm sorry if it's loud, but yeah, I didn't know that. Anyway, how do I go to the other screen? I forgot. How do I do that? I forgot. There we go. I remembered. Why am I red? But yeah, hello. How's everyone doing? I don't know what I'm doing, but you know, hello. I hope y'all are having a good time. Wait. I want to see something actually, though. Because I've been wanting to see how this looks on me for a while. If I fucking remember how to do it. Sorry, I can't read chat right now because I'm trying to remember how to do this stupid fucking thing. Oh, there we go. Display. I'm red. I don't want to be that red. Okay, yeah, I don't know how to do it then. Wait, what if I... Wait, because then what if I do... Oh, then that's... Oh. Wait, so then if I change it to win... But I don't want to be all red. Wait, okay, wait. What if I... Oh, no matter what. No matter what. Yeah, okay, you know what? Whatever. That kind of... Yeah, you know what? Whatever. That kind of sucks. What's bright? Oh. Wait, but then... Okay, what if I just put this at 70? You know what? 70 looks good. I look red, but you know what? Turn that shit up. Yeah, I look too red. It's because of my wallpaper, but I look too red. Was it hello? But yeah, I didn't know what that did. I wanted to figure out what the... Then why do I... What the fuck? Why am I red on TikTok then? I don't understand. What the fuck? I don't understand. You know what? I'm just gonna start the game. What the fuck? I don't know how to speak. That's the wrong screen. Uh-oh. I forgot that's how semi worked. Uh-oh. Okay, wait. I'm gonna look weird for a second because I'm stupid. And I'm very sorry. But that is just how it has to be. Am I not weird anymore? Okay, I'm not... Why does it look like that on TikTok? I don't understand. I don't have the filters on. Wait. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. Okay, just turn on the filters for some reason. That's so weird. I don't know why I did that. Whatever. Fuck you. I don't know why I turned on the filters, but fuck you. I going over here. How do I turn this shit off? Why is it playing bingo? From Wii Party, what is happening? I don't know what's happening. You know what, just fuck you. Just fuck you, fuck everything, yeah, fuck you. I don't know what I'm doing. Just fuck you. Can you hear it? Yeah, fuck you. Wait, I wanna see something though. Cause if that didn't work, then what about... Oh, wait, then what's that? Oh, I don't know what that is. Oh, and that's the one behind? Oh. You know what, I'm just gonna keep that. Cause that looks cool. Whatever. Hang on. Wait, you're just wait. Yeah. Yeah, see, that looks cool. Fuck you. Fuck you, actually. I'm keeping that. That's me. Yep. I'm glowing. I know how to glow now. Fuck you. But yeah, anyway. Hello. I am Linkle. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where I am. I forgot what I was doing and where I was. Because it's been like almost 2 weeks. So now I'm here, you know? That's just how it would be. I have a letter, apparently. It copped that shit out at me. If you wish to be a true swordswoman, find some knight's crest and return to me, Orca. I don't know who the fuck that is, but thank you. I don't know why I'm so aggressive right now. It's just how I am, you know? It's just my personality. When I'm hyper, I'm aggressive. I don't know. I just be doing shit. That's what I'm doing. Sorry, I had I had to show you my gamer skills right there. Want to see them again? Never mind, too close to the wall. I can't show them to you. And then that I just messed up. You know what? Fuck you. I'm stupid. There's a pirate ship. I'm gonna go on it. Where is it? I don't remember. There it is. Yeah, I don't remember. I'm just gonna go on here. Hello? Anyone there? The shit's only tooth is, well, I didn't even get a chance. Shit's only tooth is, can I type? I can. Yeah, that's what it is. I couldn't type what I wanted to type. If I did, I would get in trouble with the authorities. I don't know what authorities, but the authorities. Where do I go again? Wait. No, I remember. I remember where to go. I'm glowing, so I'm smart. Yeah. For some reason, I remember this. I don't know why I remember this, but I remember this. Oh yeah, it's because everyone's in like a little shop, and they tell you, oh yeah, if you go over here, they're in here, and then yeah. But this is where I have to go anyway, so it's like, whatever. How do I go in? I forgot. I had to go in here, but I forgot to go in. Oh, I remember. Never mind. I'm cool. I remember. I pressed the button. What does 6'9" mean? 6'9". I'm glowing. Look at me. I figured out how to do this, so I'm glowing. Behind me. But I'm still glowing. I'm so cool. I know how to glow. Fuck you. I'm glowing. That means I'm better than everyone. Someone DM'd me. Because they're stupid. I'm gonna fall again because I'm stupid. I was holding the A button, but... yeah, whatever. Why does this work? Why does it do that? I don't understand. Wasn't you this time? It was someone. Oh, there we go. I know who it was. I know why everyone always DMs me during stream. Cause I'm just like, if you're gonna DM me, just like, you know, say it in chat. Don't say it in my DMs, I guess. That's what I would prefer. Okay, thank you. To fuck with you? Probably. But like I said, I just rather to, like, you know, just say it in chat. And not in DMs. I swear if she fell. If she fell, like, I don't know what I would have done. I would have done something, though. But if she fell... why is my controller shit? No, my controller's shit, bro. It moved her to the left, and then I just got stuck. Oh my god. I need to get a new controller. That's what I need. Maybe I don't want to feel shame on Switch. I would still prefer it, though, you know? Oh yeah, I forgot. They just kind of tied a guy up. Huh. Hi, Unseal. How's it going? I'm glowing. Don't be mad at us. It's not our fault that we actually gotta have bombs to get the treasure we're after. How about you think of it as payback for the nasty little monopoly you've been running here? Bro, they're so cool. It's Linko? Yeah. I'm glowing. You know, Gonzo still can't get over that bit of fast talking you pulled to get that information out of the postman. Oh. That's why the postman is stupid. I understand. Just not just funny though, I'm thinking just... yeah, whatever. You know, when you're cunning and Miss Tetra's smart to be two get married and had a kid. Oh my god. Why are you shipping them? She's mine. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm glowing. Only sometimes, though. Only when it's bright. Yeah, like that. Only when it's bright like that do I glow. It's funny. You know, it depends on the colors. Hang on, I removed my face cam because I think it got a little fucked. I think I moved it somehow. But yeah. Are we watching elder abuse? It's not elder abuse, they're eating the rich. They're stealing his bombs. Yeah, fools, do you know that if you saw... yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, whatever. And then don't be like, I want, you know, the treasure. Yeah, treasure. Whoa, it's me. Bye. Who DM'd me this time? Why would you do this? Why would you do this? I guess Sarah Price is still from anyone. Yeah. Why was that so loud? You know, at least the game's louder now. I figured out what was wrong. It was on surround sound for some reason. You're so useless. Oh wait, I need today's password is Barnacle. Wait, so the password is random. Okay. Because, I saw someone, like, do this, like, a while ago, just this part. And then, yeah, the password is different. I can't help this guy. I can't help him. He's stuck like that forever. They're talking about moving their mouths. Yeah. Why is everyone DMing me? I don't understand. I'm going. Give him a good sec. I can't do that either. Someone's on Steam. Why is someone playing Steam game? Wait, I didn't know I could use my keyboard for this. I can't use my keyboard for. Wait. There we go. I used my keyboard for this. Hell yeah. That's how I typed so quickly. Hello, where am I? Oh wait, I can go in this room now. How'd I go in first person? Oh. There's nothing there. That's a map. I think that's Tetra's mom. I'm gonna need that for later. And then that's me. So yeah. I don't know. The password's password. I wish it was password. I don't know why they sound like this. I really don't know why they sound like this. They should, like, not sound like this. I know what to do. It's the same thing. Just stop talking to me. Yeah, just teleport over there somehow. Just fuck you. I hate you. Stop talking to me. Give me my bombs so I can go home. I don't even know where home is. This guy sounds like he has a good time. No one likes him. I think they constantly call him useless. Or stupid, what did it do? I mean, same thing really, right? I thought I missed. I missed. Okay, bruh. Whatever. I don't know how I missed there. No, he looks like a rat. I think it's supposed to look like a rat. But he looks like a rat. How do you get potato from that? He has like buck teeth and the whiskers. I hate this. I hate this so much. I hate it so much. I'm gonna miss again, just gonna swing. What? I didn't even go. Okay. I don't know why I'm not going far enough. Air. I don't know what's happening. I didn't go far enough for some reason. I don't know why. Oh, is it because this moves? Wait, but then it won't get me closer. Oh no, it will. Okay, yeah, there we go. I barely grabbed that. I barely grabbed that. I barely grabbed that too. Okay, I didn't realize that moved. Anyway, hello. Yeah, fuck you, buddy. I don't care about you either. Give me my bombs, cause you're stupid. Bye. I need a... Ouch. I'd open this. And get my bombs. I'm dying. Bro, fuck you. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, you haven't seen your sister yet? I know I didn't. I'm stupid. Oh yeah, Tetra also calls him a rat right there. I guess in case you're stupid. If you don't get what he's supposed to be, right there. Right there. Alright, I'm leaving. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm leaving. Go into the whirlpool? I would. I would kill everyone, actually. How do I leave? This is the right way, right? Yeah, whatever. Hello. How do I leave? You know, I could just jump in the water, actually. And so I'm gonna do that. You know what? That felt slower, so whatever. I'm gonna go over here. I'm killing this guy. Why do I have more mail? Why do I have a letter? I got one earlier. Beetle, oh, it's time for semi-annual whatever. We haven't. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, me. I have bombs now. I can buy bombs now. And I don't care about that either. Okay, maybe I do. A little bit. Not that much, though. Oh, do I have to speak to you? I do, okay. If at the girls institute, the pirates don't be leaving until morning, you must meet with Jabu and get the pearl from him before they arrive. Okay. I don't know where my home is. Can you tell me? Where is my home? Yeah, I don't know where my home is. Will this tell me where my home is? No. No. Yeah, this doesn't tell me where my home is either. Where is my home? Okay, well that's Tingle. And a Great Fairy, I guess. Like, right there. Okay. In, like, the direction I'm facing. No. Yeah, sure, like, right there. I don't know where to go. I'm just gonna go to Tingle. You know, I love this game, but I kind of hate how slow the sailing is. Because, I think it's stupid. I feel like you should get the teleport spell a lot sooner. But you can only get the teleport spell after you get the bell. And I think it's very stupid, actually. That you can only get the teleport spell after you get the bell. Because you get the bell, like, so late in the game, and then you have to find the guy anyway. You just kind of have to get lucky. Like, I don't know. It's very stupid. I think it's so stupid. I feel like it shouldn't be like that, but it's so stupid. Especially for, like, again, how slow the sailing is. I feel like you should just get the teleport spell. This part of the game kind of scary. It's not that scary. Also, hi, Cub. I'm going to see Tingle, so I'm gonna be disgusted. More than scared. Actually, I don't know. There's a crack. I think there is a Kraken Blast in this game. Oh, right, but I killed it already. I don't even know what dungeon I'm on. I don't even know why the game slows down so much when I'm here. But it does, and that makes it slower, too. It's the rain. The rain kills my game. The rain kills everything. The rain is killing me. Original Wind Waker, I want to play the original. This is HD, but I'm playing it on an emulator. Because I didn't want to boot up my Wii U for some reason. Even though my Wii U is right next to me, staring at me, filled with dust. I didn't want to boot it up. That shows you how much I love the Wii U. I'm gonna go see Tingle now. Shouldn't that guy, like, go away? Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. I need this rain to leave. Yeah, every time I sail, it's just been so laggy because of the rain. But, you know, whatever. Do you want to have anything different from the original? Other than being able to mod it, like, use Linkle? No. Oh, Miss Fairy, I've been longing to see you, ma'am. What should we play? What do you want to play? What? You're not here to play. Next time, bring me one of my favorites, a chart I haven't seen yet. I could bring that. Yeah, hell, I have a chart, I guess. Okay, never mind. Hello, what are you guys doing? This is heavy. This is between you and me, but this guy has another brother. If you could just come spin this thing instead of me. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Ouch. I'm dead. I don't know where my home is. I don't know what I do here. I forgot. This Lynx is laughing. No, I'm Linkle. That's right. I used a mod just to change to Linkle and that's it. And that's the only thing I did. That's the only thing I changed. I don't remember my home was. I'm going to be real. I don't remember where my home is. Cause that's a great fairy, and then that's a great fairy, and then the way I could have seen the great fairies, and I didn't do that because I don't know where anything is. You know what? It's fine. I'll just like sail around, I guess. Try to find things like this game wants me to. Where does going down here bring me? Okay, yes. I think it's in the middle of the map somewhere. I just don't remember where. And that's the thing. I don't remember. I wish I could remember, but I don't. The last time I played this game, I was like 13. And I'm like 22 now. I think. So yeah. It's been a while. To be fair, that goes for like most of the 3D Zeldas. I think besides Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time, I think the last 3D Zelda I played that, you know, wasn't Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom was Skyward Sword, and that was when the remake came out. And that was already like a long time ago, which is surprising. I like Skyward Sword, kind of. It was a little repetitive, but you... Wait, is that my home? No, that's not my home. Wait, is that my home? No. That's something else. I don't know what that is, but that's not my home. I pressed stop. Too slow. Is it here? Is it here? Yes, okay. Yippee! Give me money! Yippee! Oh yeah, I forgot. The HD remake, or remaster, I guess, it upped the rupee cap. Like, it added a bunch of quality of life stuff. So I think the cap is 500 to 600 rupees before you need another wallet. It's something, like, stupid. That's all I remember. It's something stupid. But, yeah. I think there's also other quality of life stuff that I don't remember. But it just added a bunch of quality of life stuff, basically. But I don't remember it. And it's been so long. So I don't remember anything. I don't even remember where my home was. Where am I? See, now in Ocarina of Time? Yeah. It looked kinda not good. But you know. I guess I had to see gameplay of it before I can judge. But it looked kinda not good. It looked like Nintendo hired that man. That's what it looked like to me. It looked like they actually like just hired that man. Oh my god, Nintendo's going AAA, what the fuck? What's this island? Is this my home? That's not my home. Yeah, that's not my home. Where's my home? I don't know where my home is. Hello? I actually don't know where my home is. I know it's like somewhere in the lower part of the map, I'm pretty sure, but I just don't know where. Wait, what is this? Oh, wait, I don't think I can do this yet. Wait, I can. Oh, no, I definitely can't. There's a... Yeah, I can't. Never mind. Where do I face? Over here? Is it like... Yeah, okay. No, they turned me around. Whatever, just do it there. Okay, you know what? That works. I know it's somewhere here, I just don't know where. Cause that's a ship. Wait. No, that's just a yeah, that's a ship. You know what? Where are my items? Fuck this leaf. And then, yeah, fuck that leaf. Oh, it stops me in my tracks? Oh my god, wait. Wait, that's annoying. Why can't I use them at the same time? What the fuck? That's not my home either. I don't know where my home is. My home is somewhere. Not here. I want my home to be somewhere. I hope my home is close. Where's my home? Hi Kuja, how's it going? Do you know where my home is? Why do I have to do it again? I don't know where my home is. I'm just gonna go over here. Let me check the map. I don't know. Wait, maybe I'm just like so far away. I don't know. Sound like Sea of Thieves? I know it's gross. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. I need to be able to use my telescope. I remember it being in one of the corners and it might be in like the wrong corner. I might be in the wrong corner. I'm going to be real with you, it might be in like the top corner, like the top corners. I didn't check those. But I remember it being in one of the corners. That's why I'm like, I don't know where my home is. And this shit takes forever. And maybe I should look up where my home is. I'm gonna keep doing this though. Yeah, I remember home being in one of the corners. I don't know which corner. Just one of the corners. Nauseous Shadow, thanks for the follow. Hong Kong. How's it going? Where's my home? Cause that's not home. Yeah, that's not home. That's too small. You know what? It might actually be in the top corners. It might actually be in the top corners. I'm gonna be real with you. It might actually be in the top corners. Home is where the heart is. Ah, thank you. You know what? That helps so much. I don't know where my home is. You know, normally I wouldn't... Actually, no, because this isn't my first time playing Wind Waker. But it might as well be my first time playing Wind Waker. So, you know. Because like I said, the last time I played this game was so long ago that I don't even remember what to do or what I'm doing. This is where that starts your living, places you can travel. I mean, there is an end border, if that's what you're asking. Like an end world border. Let me leave, thank you. Wait, do I have to bomb this? How do I get this? I feel like I had to bomb it. Let me bomb it. Or I might need to use fire arrow, one of the two. I forgot how to put shit down. There we go, that's how I put shit down. No, it works. Hell yeah. Oh, it's Great Fairy. Oh no, it's just Fairy. Oh no, it's Great Fairy. I see. And Wicker to win, so I'm gonna aid you in your quest. Give me something good. I don't know what you give me, it's been so long. Yippee, I got blown. I can carry more bombs. Oh my god, wait, you're so real. I didn't need health or anything like that. I needed more bombs, actually. Or more magic or like anything. I actually needed those bombs. Where's my ship? What the fuck? Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Why are you over here? Come back. I need to look at the map. Where am I? Okay, you know what? I'll look over here. Yeah, sure. That works. No. Sure, that works. It was already facing that way. To be with flowers. No, she blew me. And gave me bombs. You know, that's gonna be money, and I don't want money. I have a lot of money. I might need more money. Beetle isn't giving me bait anymore, and I don't know what to do about it. I needed to give me bait though, but he's not really giving me bait, so it's like, what do I do about that, you know? If he doesn't give me bait, it's like, what do I do? I need the fish. I need a fish to love me. You know, I know about every single Zelda game. I'm gonna be honest with you. You cannot beat my Zelda autism. I know everything about the Lord, but do I remember how to play the games? No. I don't even remember the worst parts of the games. Like, the Triforce part in this. I remember that for some reason. No, the emulators make me slow down. I will say though, I hated playing Phantom Hourglass because it hurt my hand. Because I had to use my right hand to play that game. And I'm left-handed. Same with Kid Icarus Uprising. I hated playing that game. Even though I love Kid Icarus Uprising. Because I'm left-handed, but I had to use my right hand to play that game. And so it just fucking sucks. And I hate it. And I don't know, I wanted to remake Kid Icarus Uprising. So like, it's not so bad when I play that game. or would I want to play that game, so I could actually play it as a left-handed person, you know? Like, is that like so much to ask for, Sakurai? That's what I want, you know? I'm just a poor left-handed person, and so what I want to do is just play Icarus Uprising, like without my hand fucking cramping like hell because I'm left-handed, and I had to use my non-dominant hand to play this fucking game that I actually really love. It actually really sucks, but you know, whatever. I can't have anything. I should have been born different. Yep. And that's the lesson Sakurai's trying to teach me. I try to talk about shit, but I can't because this shit's so slow.
Here you go. Have a head pat.
Thanks for the head pat. Like I said, it kind of sucks that you get the teleport spell song, whatever, like after you get the bell. But you have to find the guy first to get it, so it's like, whatever. It actually really sucks. Cause then I just had to do this, and I had to go on coke rants about everything, basically. To try and fill up time so it's not boring. And I already got a coke rants. Wait, what just do? Oh. Right, I remember you have a cannon in this game. I forgot how you did it, though. I remember how you do it now. You know, that makes sense. What this do? Oh, it's just my boomerang, okay. I see. I understand. I'm the understander. That's what I am. I'm gonna, like, kill this guy. Or something. I already killed this guy, actually. That's why he's not moving. Whatever. Actually, like, whatever. I don't know. I don't care, Davies. Whatever. Yeah, I don't. Whatever. You know what? Fuck. No. No, it might have a bit. No. I have to go back. I'm gonna drown. Oh, wait. Actually, wait. You take forever to drown. Wait. Why do you take forever to drown? That's crazy. Usually you would just drown immediately, but, you know, whatever. Did I kill you already? I didn't. Die! Stupid fucking rat! I hate. You know what's blocking me. Hello, can he die? No. Can he die? Yeah, can he? Thank you. Where's the rat? I had to kill the rat. Why would the rat come down here? What is the rat doing? Fuck you, rat. Oh, there's another rat. No, fuck you, rat. Yeah. I already got this shit. Fuck. Damn. Fuck. I didn't know that. Okay, at least I could have a lot of money. And die. Yippee. I knew I already got this shit. I knew I already got one, I just didn't know which one. It was that one. Fuck you. Where do I go? Fuck you. I'm dying. And this shit is so slow. Maybe I'm just impatient, I don't know, but it's so slow. Whatever. You know what? I'm gonna go on Discord. While all this shit is happening, I'm going on Discord. Cause, yeah, I don't know. I just want to see what's happening. Nothing's happening. Okay, never mind. I have to go out of Discord. Am I close? No. Oh, this cause I didn't know where to go. That's crazy. Yeah, but like I said, this shit, it's so slow. I told you it was slow. And yeah, this shit, it's so slow. So like, I don't know what to do. Other than die. What's that? I can't do that yet. Never mind. Wait, why is that glowing? Wait. Why is it glowing? I don't understand. What that mean? I don't know what it means. What that mean? What that mean? Oh. Yeah, I can't really use that. I already have a lot of rupees. Oh my god, they fucked me. What the helly? I'm sorry. I can't really do much. I'm going to be real. I can't really do much. I do just be sailing, you know? And I feel like... I don't know where I am. I feel like... I don't know. Everything is like closing in. That's what I feel like. Because nothing is happening. You know what? I can respond to someone now. That's not me responding to someone. Okay, you know what? This is me responding to someone. Okay, there we go. I can respond to someone now. Why am I dying? Why am I slow? Why am I going slow? It's because of the emulator. That's why I'm going slow. Why am I going so slow? Oh, I see. I see. I see. I see. You know, this kind of sucks with the emulator doing this shit. Yeah, bro, I mean, we got like 2 frames per second. Did I kill you? Can I leave? I actually can't. Oh my god. Ah, that kind of sucks. That kind of Your tentacle fucking blocked it, you bitch. You're an actual bitch. Bro! You know, everything that can make this go as slow as possible, like, is happening right now. The raid, the emulator, me missing. Because of the fucking emulator. What else? Please don't hit that. Okay, thank you. What the helly? What the helly? Okay. How did that count? Can he die? Thank you. I told you, everything that could, like, go fucking wrong right now is actually just going wrong. Actually insane. But whatever. Can he, like, die quicker? Playing D&D? Whoa. Why would you play that? That's a bad game. Like this one. Can I? Thank you. Thank you. Bro, it didn't stop when I wanted it to. Because of how bad this emulator. Oh my god. You know what? Fuck it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay, it does matter. It matters to me. There we go. Thank you. I was about to say, how do you still not get it? But whatever. I got it now. That's all that matters. I think I got it now. Something happened. Something is happening. I don't know what's happening, but something is happening. Oh, okay. You couldn't, like, give me something better? I don't know, I thought maybe I would get a piece of heart for killing one, but no. Wait, is that my home? That's not my home. Hmm. Wait, what's this? Oh. I see. I see. I see. I see. Wait, what's this? I know what that means. Bro, it's actually like, it's dying right now. Is it more like here? I think it's more like here. But yeah, it's actually dying right now. Is it? It is dying right now. Okay, whatever. But yeah. You know, I don't know what to do. The emulator is just dying right now because of the rain. And I actually don't know what to do about it. I kind of just wanted to try and get things, but I don't know where anything is. I did find that bomb thing though, so that was kind of cool. I think that's the only thing worth it that I found. But yeah, I don't know where else to go. Like the emulator is actually like absolutely dying. Luigi-kun, thanks for the follow, honk honk. How's it going? My emulator is dying. I mean, my Nintendo PC is dying. I mean, my legitimate copy of Wind Waker is dying. But yeah. How you doing? Hello. Wait, that's a cute emo. Oh my god. You have a cute design. But yeah, how you doing? Yeah, wait, that's so cute. But yeah, my shit be dying. And I don't know what to do about it, but my shit be dying. And, you know, I just try to get places. I try to go over here. But that's gonna take forever because the shit's dying. Oh my god, maybe I should have no, because then I wouldn't have been able to mod it. Maybe because I don't know how. I mean, I can learn, but I'm lazy. So yeah. Oh my god, when I play Twilight Princess, I hope it's not this bad. I hope Twilight Princess isn't this bad. Holy fuck. It might be. It might be this bad, actually. Like, with the frame rate and stuff. To be fair, I think this is only bad because of the rain. Because before the rain, it wasn't this slow. And then the rain happened. And now it's slow. So now I'm just like, oh, okay. Also, I'm gonna be real with you. I've had bad luck, like, all day today. So, this makes sense. Because I have had absolutely horrible luck all day today. So this makes, like, perfect sense for me to have bad luck on stream too. Yeah. My luck be bad. My shit be bad, you know? I don't know what's happening, but my shit be bad. So, yeah. I was thinking of not playing Wind Waker today too. Like doesn't exist. This is because then something had to be blue instead of red. True. But yeah, I was thinking of not playing Wind Waker today. I was thinking of playing something else. But then the more I thought about it, I was like, I don't really want to play that. And then I thought, oh wait, it's 6-9. I could play something stupid. But then I thought, oh wait, I don't think I can play that for 4 hours. Cause that's kind of like a 2 hour long, not even 2 hour long game, more like an hour. So I didn't play that. And I was like, so then I was like, you know what, I'll just play Wind Waker. Cause I started that like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. And I haven't played it since because of things happening. Because my luck was bad. Again. You know, it all goes down to my luck. Because yeah, the reason I didn't play Wind Waker was because I was supposed to leave for vacation last week. And I was supposed to be gone until today, actually. But I had to cancel my flight because of a storm. So now I can... so now I'm leaving Thursday instead. So then I just thought, you know what, I'll just play Wind Waker because fuck it. I have nothing else to do. So yeah. Basically I have shit luck. That's what you should remember, I have shit luck. I always have shit luck. It all comes down to my shitty ass luck. That's why bad things happen to me. And that's why I'm still sailing this shit. Because I don't know where to go. But now I remember. When I even get the C chart for this, like, is it stay automatic? I guess it is, huh? And I just never noticed. My bad. But yeah, yeah. That's all I had to say. My luck bad. Everything sucks. I'm waiting on things to finish. You know, I'm waiting on a lot of things. I'm waiting for this to, like, hurry up. But the emulators, you know, kind of killing me. I'm waiting on some people to finish things for me so I can do... You know, I'm waiting on a lot of stuff. I'm forced to be patient. I don't want to be patient, but I'm forced to be patient. Am I there yet? Wait, is that fire my home? Am I finally home? Oh my god, I swear this whirlwind. Oh wait, I just realized I found the guy, but I don't have the arrows, so I can't do anything. Why did it suck me in? Okay, bro. Can I even hit you? I don't think I can. Yeah, I need the arrow. I wasn't even close to that. Whatever. Where am I? I'm close to something. I think that's my home. Is that my home? Oh my god, bro. I don't have arrows. My luck. I told you it's my luck. I wasn't close to the cyclone and then I just got trolled. What the fuck? My luck is so bad today. I don't even know why it's so bad today. I did nothing. I did nothing. But the few things I wanted to do, I just had horrible luck in. Oh my god. My luck hasn't been this bad in I don't know how long. It actually sucks. What do I do about this? You did something. I've done a lot of things. Where am I going? I don't want to go here. I want to go completely down. I'm doing this game. You know what? Whatever. Like, the few things I decided to do today, like, I just had horrible luck in, like, streaming. Damn, I should have played another game. That's what I should have done. I should have played Center Kagura, bro. That's what I should have done. And even if I had bad luck in that, I wouldn't have cared. Because I would have been staring at boobs, you know? Like, I don't know. But yeah, that's what I kind of want to do. Actually, okay, yeah. So my plan was horror game. And I was like, I don't really want to play a horror game. And so my plan was, then Senran Kagura. And then, like I said, I was like, you know, Senran Kagura won't last me that long. And then, yeah. Yeah. You get the idea. Is that my fucking home? That is my fucking... That's not my fucking home. What the fuck is this? That's not my home! But I did something, you know? Why am I stuck? Go. Thank you. I don't care about the treasure, I have money. But yeah. That's my life story. Of today. My luck just being dog shit. I will play the horror games on Saturday, though. The ones that I've been wanting to, because there's a lot of horror game demos that I want to try out. And I just thought, you know, it'd be a good idea to actually just, play horror game demos on Saturday. Since I've been wanting to stream on Saturdays, like, consistently. And, you know, but, you know, like I said, I usually have bad luck, so I can't do anything I want. Are we winning? No. My luck is bad. You ever have luck as bad as this? Do you? But yeah. That was my plan. Anyway, hello, I'm here. I'm home. I think. Am I? Please. It's right there. I just want to get out. I want to stop being on the ocean. Yes, oh. Well. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, my luck has just been really bad today. It's kind of funny. I mean, it's funny when it happens on stream, right? But like, to the streamer like me, like, you know, I don't want to have bad luck. I want to have streamer luck, bro. I wish streamer luck was real for me. Actually, sometimes it is. Most of the time it's bad, though. Perhaps it's the curse that Blue spoke of, whatever the reason, this night does not end, then we're not worried about the pirates overtaking us. In fact, it might not be a bad idea for you to visit your hometown and family again after such a long time away. We can speak with Jaboon after you do. Fine. I'll only talk to my grandma and that's it. And no one else. I don't care about any- Actually, no, I care about the swords guy, but that's it. And I only care about any good will teach me shit. I cut down my grandma's trees. Bye. I'm so cool. Where the fuck is she? Oh, hello. Linko. Ariel, don't go, don't leave your poor old grandma all alone. No, she's so sad. I can't even wake her up, bro. I'm so rude. Oh yeah, see how much this game runs better after rain? Wow. I think I found the culprit for everything. I mean, I knew it was the rain, but I think I found the culprit for everything. Why is it dark in my room? It shouldn't be dark in my room. Hello, sir. Teach me something. You're alright, why did you not tell me about Ariel? That was thoughtless of you. Galen has seen hard times ever since you departed. I don't know what you have been doing on your journey, but you seem a little more daring these days. Yeah, let me kill you! Yeah, let me kill you! I gotta kill this creepy old man! Hello, how do I kill you? Try to hit me 100 times or more before I hit you 3 times. Did I get him in a loop? I pressed the A button! Bro, okay. Thank you. It finally worked. I love it when buttons work. Hello, can he die? Oh, that counts as 2. Okay. Why does that count as whatever? No! I was gonna have way. Whatever, bro. I was almost there. I was almost there. No, let me kill you. Let me kill you! Again! Let me kill you, please! Yay! I just hope I don't get unlucky this time. Yeah, fuck you. I'm cool. Yeah, fuck you, I'm cool. Can you like, thank you. Yeah, let's just do that again. Let's just do that one more time. No, I'm bad. Can you like, fuck off and die? Yeah, whatever. I don't care. Yeah, whatever. I don't care. That's 50 more times, bro. This sucks. Thank you. Sorry, I have to be careful. Cause this guy fucking sucks. Die. Yeah, then you die. No, no, no. Oh my god, I got... That was almost bad. That was almost bad. You know, I'm gonna be careful now. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Come on. Yeah, thank you. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. I already hit you 100 times. How many more times do I have to hit you? You don't just hit me. There we go. Thank you. You are a page no more. Now you are a knight. Knight is not much, but take it with you. What is it? I don't need this. Oh my god. Stop giving me money. I thought you were gonna give me like a piece of heart. Not. Oh my god. I hate them. I hate everyone here. Everyone here fucking sucks. I'll just go up to Jaboon, but wherever the fuck it is. I don't know where it is. It's somewhere up here. I thought I was doing good. I thought, you know, I have more life. And not fucking die, but no. I can't have shit. I can't have shit in Detroit, bro. Everyone just wants to give me money, but I'm rich. I don't need money. Can't they see my pockets are full? I have nothing to spend it on except like fish bait. When I dropped a bomb... Fuck you! I don't know when I dropped the bomb, whatever. But yeah. You know. They all suck. Sorry, I had to do something. They all suck. All of them. Where's Jaboon? Hello, what are you doing? So close, when I could fly on the top of that hill, if only beneath that rock head, the Triton. Oh, I need to speak loud about thinking it is a secret. Yes, quite a secret. I see the rock. Do I need my leaf? I got a leaf. Do I need my leaf? Is that what I need? Is this good enough for my leaf? I don't know if it is. You're blocking me, sir. Can I even go up here? Oh, I can. Okay, you know what? This'll help me angle it better. I don't think that's good enough. I think it has to be one more. But Linkle's not turning with me. I don't know which one I trust more. I guess I'll just do this. But yeah, I don't know which one I trust more to like not fuck with me. Sure, why not? I'm gonna run out. No. If only they fucking gave me the shit I wanted. No. I told you. I told you. If only that Great Fairy gave me what I wanted. It was the wrong Great Fairy though. Actually, wait, is the magic one here? Let me look at it. Where is it? Where's Tingle's shit? I don't know where it is, but where's Tingle's shit? There's Tingle's shit. Oh, it says it's... Oh, right. Right, the Great Fairy is... Right. I see. I know what I must do. Okay. I forgot the Great Fairy was on this island. I actually forgot. I know what to do. That is a big fucking pig. I know what to do. Tingle is stalking me. Not Tingle. Beetle is stalking me again. I don't like it. Get him away. I see him stalking me. Why does he do this? I don't know why he does this. Just get him away. Is there actually gonna be no magic? Is there actually gonna be no magic? Cause I swear to God. Okay, there we go. One magic. Well, I got one magic. Well, I love my one magic. That'll get me so far. Beetle's not stalking me. It's not like the shit gives me, you know, like it deletes my magic or anything. Why does it delete your magic? Like, I know you can glide, but it just deletes that shit, you know? I love that emote. I love it so much. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna try. I can't even get over there. Cause nothing's giving me magic. Hello, can you give me magic, please? Hello, can you give me magic, please? Please. How do I get magic? Again. Can I make it with this? I don't know if I can. I honestly don't think I can. I mean, I can try, whatever. Cause this shit just gets deleted, bro. Look. I barely made it. Hello, can you give me magic? Can you, please? Please. Oh my God. Yes, thank you. I love you. Now, where's the Great Fairy? Cause I don't remember anything about this game. Are you dead? Yippee! There's a bug in there, but you know, whatever. They're not bothering me, whatever. Oh, there's the Great Fairy. I see. I understand. What did it say? Great fountain sight. Okay. Gimme. Gimme. Hole. I love hole. Bye. Give me something good, please. Give me magic. That's what I want. Please give me magic. Give me that shit, please. I need that shit. What'd you give me? More rupees. Oh my god, bro. Bye. Whatever. And nobody give me what I want. And nobody give me what I want. What the fuck? I don't even know what happened. Do I have to keep doing this? Okay, yeah, whatever. Why did they do this? Why did it take so long? Just like die. Are you dead? Yay. And now I can hold more rupees. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Not like you get money so easily already in this fucking game. Okay, so then... where do I go? I think I actually had to go over to that rock, right? But I had to talk to... I mean, I'm gonna talk to the King of Red Lion, see what he says. But I'm pretty sure I had to go to that rock. Beetle, stop stalking me! Please! I hate him. I hate him so much. Hello? Thank you. Hello, what do you say? Talk to me. You are not speaking to me. Hello. Are you ready? If that's the case, then we must search for the cave around the backside of... oh. It's the backside. I see. It's not that rock. You know, it might actually be that rock, though. Or that's just where one of the Triforce pieces is. I don't fucking know. It's one of the two. I know there's something in that rock. I just don't know what. But I know there's something in that rock. Oh. 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 Who do I shoot? What do I shoot? Can you just get me closer to this rock? So I can shoot it? Yay! How many bots do I need for this? Whatever, I did something. No! Now I gotta wait forever. Whatever. I did it, whatever. No! Let me in. Why is Beetle stalking me? Bro, get him away. Yippee! Wait, would I have to whirlpool? It fucking better. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Wow, I'm so cool. I can do a dungeon now. It only took an hour. Cause I got lost. Hello. Where am I? I'm somewhere. Oh, it is like Jabu Jabu. I don't know what you're saying. Oh, am I indeed Jabu, and I am pleased to see that you're safe. I don't know what you're saying. Yes, it seems Geddon has returned. There can be no other explanation. I don't know what you're saying. Sorry, I had to look at something. Unfortunately, that's not so. I don't know what you're saying. The one I have brought with me has no connection to the legendary one. And yet I sense great promise and the courage that this one possesses. I don't know what you're saying. I do, it is the only way. I don't know what you're saying. Wait, what are you gonna do to me? Oh, Pearl. Wait, that was easy. Thank you. Bro just gave it to me. Yippee! I didn't have to do anything. I don't know what you're saying still. So that foul rain and endless night were indeed elements of a curse brought on us by Geddon. He must intend to cast us out into pure darkness for all time. What? What? I believe I have what? Can you stop vague posting, please? Thank you, bye. Hello, Geddon's curse has been broken by the power of the pearl that Jaboon gave us, so morning should come soon. It is well that we have gathered all of the pearls. Are you ready? Okay. Yeah, I can do that. The search for Jaboon has shown that Geddon has begun to make efforts to block our path forward. Yeah, I see that. Oh, I see. You know, this is easy to get. Yeah, right. Where am I facing? Where do I go? I go over here. I will just go over here in the meantime. That is not where I go, though. Where am I facing? Yeah, you know, whatever. I'll just do it now, whatever. Yippee! I go somewhere, just not there. Push me! Do I need bait? Yippee! Wait, I had to do something important. I had to do something important. I had to do something. It's very important. There we go. Now's the important thing. He stalks me. I had to bomb him. He keeps stalking me. So I had to bomb him. It's the only way they will learn. Like, you know? I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. There's no music, so it's kinda awkward right now, you know? It feels kinda awkward right now. So, like, I don't know. But it feels very awkward right now. I mean... Where am I going? I can't do anything. It feels so awkward that there's no music. There's gonna be music soon, just not now. No, it has to play the creepy music. I had to get my fucking bow and arrow. Oh my god, why is he there? Oh my god, why is there a fish here? What that fish do? Do I even have bait? I don't know if I have bait. Hang on, how do I check? Is it? No. Wait, is this it? This is it. Okay. Here you go, fish. Wind Waker, yeah. What can he do for me here? I don't even know what's here. I just want shit. Whatever. Yeah, what's you? Whoa. Dolphin. Stop talking to me. I know what I need. Bat? I am a bat. Oh, what did I do? Wait, where's even the dolphin? Over there, apparently. Oh, that's the dolphin. I can't do anything about that dolphin yet. That dolphin will just have to stay on fire, because I can't do anything. Oh, wait, do I need this? I need that. Later. Not now, but later. Yeah, fuck all that shit. Yeah, because that's that fucking weird thing that I need, I think. Later. I can't do anything about that, though. I'm your friend now? Whoa. I have a friend. I didn't know I could have those. Someone's shooting at me. Who's even shooting at me? Yeah, whatever. Whoa. Is that it? I think that's it. If not, I don't know. Oh, wait, that's the Great Fairy. Wait. Didn't I get this Great Fairy? Or did I get another Great Fairy? I mean, there's a mailbox there. Wait, this could be another Great Fairy.
Here you go. Have a head pat.
Thanks for the head pat. Ew. Let me leave. Thank you, this guy's stupid. I feel like I've been here before, but at least I have a letter. What is it? If the following is not interesting, please throw the letter away without a second up. This is your big chance. You have a need of an empty bottle piece of hard treasure. I do! Rocks by iron, first come, first served. Okay. I'm Nico? Yeah, I am Nico. Well, thanks for the 10 GG. I don't know what that does. I don't understand. I feel like I already did this. I did already do this. No. Oh wait, but there's a Great Fairy that Tingle showed me that I never got yet. I don't know how many Great Fairies there are in this game. Here, TikTok gifts. Well, but I don't know how much they're worth. That's why, that's why. Being lost is hella adorable and funny. I'm always lost. I'm always lost. You just 1 coin? Well... You know what? Thank you for explaining, because no one explained it to me. So it's like Twitch bits. I see. Oh, it's over here. Different guess are different values. A lot worth 1 though, right? To be fair, like... Similar to bits, but they cost more. Oh, really? That's crazy. There's so many things I had to kill. Oh my god. 50 coins like $1. Oh, so they're not worth that much. I was cool though. I didn't know how much they were worth. It was weird to me. What? Running travels takes the guide to the goddesses. Place the pearl you hold here. Okay. There you go. You're welcome. Thank you for glowing. I'm gonna die. A clown waifu at sea, yeah. At me. I'm gonna die. Bro, when do I get my bow? I forgot when you get the bow. Can I kill them? I don't think this will do anything. If I go to my ship, I'm like, I'm dead. That just made it worse. Okay, not that worse, actually. At least I killed one. Yeah, I'm dead, bruh. Where do I go? Not over there. You know, let me get out of here first. Ouch. Need more for promotion than anything I see. That makes sense. Yeah, let me get out of here. I'm gonna go over here, I guess. It's somebody, yeah, I'm Linkle. And that's the only thing I changed. Oh yeah, bro, look at how much smoother this runs. Now that the rain's not here. The rain just made this game so miserable. Well, the emulator. I mean, my Nintendo PC. Yeah. Yeah, this is my Nintendo PC. I love my Nintendo PC. Oh, what the fuck? What the hell? I like how sometimes I fake my Texas accent. I like over-exaggerate it. I dox myself. I dox myself multiple times though. Actually, it's not really doxing if you say you're in one of the biggest states. Like, bro. Come on. If you're in a smaller state, I would understand. Kinda. But like, all the states are kinda like just big land masses, so it doesn't really matter. It's over here. It's a can you erase? Yeah, true. Actually. Now this cyclone's gonna... Oh my god, I can get blown again. Non-consensually. Okay, never mind, it was me. Bitches always be trying to blow me. I don't even know what I did. Bitches always be trying to blow me. My favorite thing to do while sailing is just doing this. Because, like, there's really nothing to do while sailing anyway. So this is all I can do. Jorking my ship. I'm jorking my ship. And that's all I can do. Why is there a tentacle monster? Get away from me. Why is Beetle over here? Get away from me. Jorking. Wait, is that Beetle or is that something else? Oh, it's those guys. I already talked to him. Did they give me anything different? I forgot. Collect treasure to see where you can find treasure. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, whatever. You already gave me what I got. Yeah, whatever. Bye. Okay, no, they don't give me anything. Wait, so you only have to find them once and then they're useless forever. That's kinda weird. Why are they useless? Forever. I also see a fish. I'm gonna save the fish for like a big island though. That I like actually need to remember. And I like these tiny cringe islands. Actually, I might need to remember these tiny cringe islands, I don't know. I know one of them has a circle at least. You know, what's one thing I need to remember that I won't know where it is? The Triforce. I don't know where the Triforce pieces are, so that's gonna be interesting. I don't remember. I mean, Tetris Map tells you though, right? I don't fucking know. It tells you something. I just don't know if it's this or like the pearls. Yeah, I don't know if it's the Triforce pieces or the pearls. It tells you something though. But I won't remember. I will not remember where they are. I'm just kind of like trying to sail. I'm trying. Whoa, vaporwave. I just try to be cool, you know. I don't know where anything is. Wait, is that a Great Fairy? Oh my god, another Great Fairy. No, it's raining again. Fuck. It's gonna slow down. I'm being scared. What the hell? I think my favorite redeem that I have is the pie one. Just because it makes me feel like a clown. Like, that's the one redeem that makes me feel like a clown. Or bonk, I guess that's what it's called, right? I should probably rename it to, like, throw pie or something. Or, like, throw sting. I don't know. I should rename it to something. I don't know what. Instead of just bonk. I should make an actual bonk redeem. And then, like, yeah. And then, yeah. What's this guy doing? Hello. Hello, Swordswoman. I haven't seen you in a while. How have you been, Swordswoman? I come here to plant the Great Deku Tree seed. But look! Usually the forest trees sprout quite vigorously when you plant them, but for some reason this one has withered. I'd be willing to bet that the trees my fellow quarks have planted are withering as well. Seems that when one tree fails to grow from its seed, all the forest trees... Oh, okay. What to do if we are not able to... There's these trees to help the forest will never spread and the Great Deku Tree will slowly wither and die. No, they're gonna die. I don't want to get water from there. Not right now. Fuck you, I'm getting the Great Fairy. You can die. Yeah, you can die. Oh, wait, what'd you say? What'd you do to my boy Link? They turned into a girl. Happy Pride Month. Also, their name is Linkle now. Don't detonate them. Give me my shit. Don't blow me. All these bitches wanna do is blow me. What the hell? Why do I have more bombs? Stop giving me bombs. I want fucking magic, bro. Oh my god. I find one Great Fairy, and all they do is give me bombs. At least I think I had the max amount of bombs. I don't know. It better be. Cause if it's not, I swear to god. That was a cool angle. I should do that again. How do I do that? That's not how I do that. Yeah, that's not how I did that. Huh. Oh, that's how I did that. Okay, I see. Yeah, the cinematic fucking angle. Okay, where's my shit? Where's my island? I think that's it over there. Yeah, that looks like the island. Okay, whatever. I don't know why, but it just always feels like the wind's never exact. And I kinda hate that. But whatever. What are you guys gonna do for the weekend? I am asking because after tomorrow, I'm not gonna stream for a week. So, you know, I might as well ask now. I don't even know if I'm gonna stream Wind Waker next week either. I might stream another game that I've been wanting to play. But, you know, we'll see. Maybe night? No, I'm just, I can't do anything. I'm not gonna be home. That's why I can't stream for a week. No, the rain! Oh my god, the slowdown! The rain actually just kills me. Believe me, if I was home, and I could stream, like, I would. That's why I usually stream, like, almost every day. Yeah, I usually stream 4 to 5 times a week. But, for the past 2 weeks, because like I said, my flight had to be changed. Sorry, I'm doing something. Because my flight had to be changed, I couldn't stream, like, for a while last week, because I thought I was, not gonna be here. And then I was mentally checked out, so I didn't stream. Even though I could've. And then this week, I actually can't stream physically, so... Yeah. It kind of sucks, though, because ever since I got 1K, I haven't been able to stream regularly. But, you know... At least next week, I'll be back on the regular schedule. I'm dead! What the fuck? At least next week I'll be back on the regular schedule. Yay. I made the Triforce that I can't even fucking use, whatever. Damn, next week's gonna be weird though. Cause I'm gonna try a new experiment. Hello, Pipe Kingdom. But yeah, I'm gonna try something new on Saturdays cause I wanna... I'm not dead! I wanna stream consistently on... Oh, I am dead! Penis from the ocean. But I wanna try something new on Saturdays. So just so I can stream consistently on Saturdays. And so yeah, I'm gonna try and do stuff. I'm gonna try something new and see if I like it. I probably will like it. But I kind of noticed, like, I don't know, because I kind of noticed that I say I'm a horror games and Nintendo streamer. But, I don't stream any I don't really stream horror games. And so I want to change that. And that's why I'm like, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna like, yeah. On Saturdays, I'm gonna like, try an experiment and see if I like it. Where I basically just play a bunch of horror game demos that I find on Steam that I think are interesting. And I play them. So yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. Where am I? I need to beat this game. I was sailing around this... around stone. This game, funny. Horror game epic? Yeah. What do? I don't remember. Oh wait, this is a dungeon, right? Go here. No. Go here. Yay. Virtual game chance. I don't know, because a lot of the indie horror games, like the weird shit that I like, are on itch.io, but a lot of them are also just on Steam, like available to buy or pre-order. So that's why. Can I go on this box? I cannot go on this box. Oh, I see. I have to hurry up. I hurried up. Yippee! Wait, that's just gonna fall now. What the hell? Now I gotta do the worst thing. Wait. Hello, can you push that rainbow bridge? Thank you. Happy Pride Month. What is this? Thank you. What do I do with this? I don't know what I do with this. It just opens the door. Oh, wait, I see what I do with this. It opens the gate. Whoa. You can't breathe. What does button do? What button do? Buttons do a lot of things. Depending on what it is. Honks. You can honk. I ran with the- oh right, the honk redeem is the lurk redeem. Or you can make my nose honk too, that's the boop redeem. Yeah, that one. What the hell? I didn't see you do that one. Oh, this is gonna suck. What the hell? Oh my god. So did I forget like how big her jump is? And I just push this like here? I think that's all I needed to do. Honestly. Wait, where's my stick? Okay. I got a new stick. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I need to push it a little further. Okay, there you go. And then like, over here too, so it's not awkward. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that looks good. Where's my stick? Do I have it? No. I might need to... Never mind, I don't. I don't know why I tried. I knew it was gonna happen. And I tried anyway. Googly eyes, what the fuck? What the fuck? Hello? Take me up. No, my stick falls, what the fuck? Yippee! Alright, fuck the shit. I don't know why she throws it so far. Oh my god! Bye! I'm so glad they don't follow like laws. Universal laws. They should have killed me. Your toaster does that sometimes too? Yeah, I bet, buddy. Hi, Cyan. No! What the fuck? I'm gonna drown! What the fuck? How'd I... Yeah, she angry. Look at how angry she is. Hi, below. What was Conchest first? Body's... Bleh. What'd I do about this? Oh. Can I throw that there? No. I feel like this should be able to make it. No! I killed that box. That box is dead. More googly eyes, what the fuck? I just timed this perfectly, this sucks. Why does it give you- oh my god. That warning time is like so long. Wait, what if I do this? I might just throw that, but whatever. Why is it so long? I missed the fucking awkward timing, not this. Like, what is this timing? Okay, there we go. That was probably the wrong one though, yeah. OMG. Why don't I have bomb arrows? That's what I need. I need bomb arrows. Yeah, the Ocarina timing is basically just like when it starts blinking, just like throw it. But this one is not that. So it's weird. Whoa, I got a map. I don't need that. Okay, maybe I do. Oh my god. Again. I don't know why that they wouldn't do it again. Yes. Wee. I don't care anymore. Wait, where'd I go now? I guess to that wall over there. Can I blow this shit up? I can't blow this shit up. Okay, that makes sense. Cause I have a key and I don't know what I use it for. I guess I'll find out soon. If I can go up. Oh, I see what I need to use the key for. Oh, I can't bring you here. Okay. Well, fuck you, I guess. You're useless to me now. Bro is useless. Bro is useless. Can I just set something on fire? Can I set these on fire? No. What did I set on fire? Oh. I see. That makes sense. I feel like doing this will do nothing for me, but whatever. Bro is waiting. Bro is waiting. Bro is stupid. Oh, what the fuck? Bro is stupid. Yeah, I knew it. How's the boat game? I spent an hour sailing and now I'm in a dungeon, so yeah. Yeah, no. The usual. Did it count that as water and then like I lost my fire because of it? Because if so, that's stupid. I don't even know what this will do for me. It'll do that, okay. That better be good. Bye. I hate that guy, bye. This better be good. Okay, you know what, I guess that's good. Bye. What's over here, bye. I need a bow and arrow. Bye. I see, I get the bow in this game, in this dungeon. I can't get it anymore. I'll just stare at Linkle, cause he's cute. I wish I had the camera. I want the fucking camera. So I could like just be stupid with it, like usual. I don't know how to get the camera though, I forgot. I swear I could like just gotten it like by now, but you know. If you're wondering why this is slow, I had to use my right stick. And I'm left-handed, so that kind of sucks. I went on a rant earlier about how I'm left-handed and why I can't play Kid Icarus Uprising because of it. Well, I couldn't play it. I beat it like I don't know how many times, but it was a painful experience every single time. Because Sakurai hates my people. My people being left-handers. Actually, I should say Nintendo hates my people. It's not just Sakurai. Nintendo also hates my people. kinda sucks. Cause I wish they didn't. But whatever. Even more water. Nintendo's raced against left-handed clowns. No, not just left-handed clowns, left-handed people. Just left-handers in general. I didn't bow an arrow for you, right? Oh yeah, I obviously do, okay. Bye! I mean, wait. I can be stupid. I can be stupid. Yeah, I can be stupid. I don't even know why I'm trying. I can be stupid. I don't need this. Bye. I good at baseball? I don't know. I haven't played baseball since I was a child. So I don't know, actually. But also, I'm short. And like, you know, that kind of hinders my running ability, so I don't think so. I can probably be good at pitching, but like not pitching. Oh yeah, pitching. We were batting, but you know, that's it. You can be the shortstop. I don't know how many Mexicans are in Major League. Once you answer that, then you'll have your answer. Actually, how many short Mexicans are in Major League Baseball? And then you'll have your answer. Oh, I see. Wait, where's the other one then? Because I only see those two. What the hell? What the hell? I'll be the last one. Yeah, I saw the puzzle. Oh wait, that was actually the puzzle, okay. Where am I going? Can I have the bow? Can I have my crossbow? And that's what I want. I need it. I need my Minecraft crossbow. That rat is trying to steal from me. Oh, there's something there. You know, I kind of guessed there would be, and I just didn't check for some reason. And I don't know why. Kind of my bad, you know? Where do you take me? What are you here for? What is this actually here for? I probably have to shoot something when I had the bow and arrow, but I don't have it yet. Alright, bye. This is gonna be a boss. Is it? No? Okay. I killed him. I probably need these things. I killed him. Can you hurry up? Thank you. Oh my god. I didn't win. What the fuck? I was gliding. I didn't win forward. And I didn't. I need the bow again. I don't need this. Whatever. Why is there a rainbow bridge? Why is there another game bridge? I don't understand. Why is there another game bridge? What do you say? Secret to Goddess guidepost, press the R to calm me and guide me to my... What? What? I don't remember this. Oh, I see. And you like collecting video games and maybe Pokemon cards. That is a huge maybe though, because I haven't started that yet. But I do like collecting video games. I have a not big video game collection because I'm a little, yeah, no, not that rich, but if I was, I would just spend it on video games and art. And that's it. That's all I would spend it on. And I'm not joking about that either. That's all I would spend it on. Box! Oh, it's a song! Hello. I'm getting scanned. Oh wait, I already got scanned. Oh wait. There we go. I am the conductor! I don't know what that did. I can connect things. My kin wait beyond the doors, control them, and guide them to their places of truth to open the path to the gods. I need- No, don't take away the song! Bro, I need this. I am the conductor. Linko is so cute, by the way. I don't want to hear it. I went that way, right? That was the way I went. Or is that the way I went? Oh, there we go. It's telling me. The wind sleeper? Yeah. Red train connector, music connector. I mean, this... the same link in the timeline has been built. Actually, no, wait. That's not true at all. But yeah. How do I kill you? Oh, I just slash you. Okay. But I don't have the bow and arrow. What does it do? Okay, nothing. Aside Sambu. I feel like I should have gotten the bow and arrow somewhere. Yeah, there's a chest there. Probably there. I can check, I guess. But I feel like I should have it right now. Is it still second floor? Yeah. Especially because this thing is here. I feel like I should be able to kill it. I don't know. Might as well check though. Because where is it? In that room apparently. Wait, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. Take me. Yay. Ouch. That did nothing. I seriously feel like I should have it already though. But apparently not. So that's kind of weird. What do I do then? Because I can't do anything. So why am I not getting hearts from the drops? They should give me them. Anyway. What are you doing over here? Fuck you. The hell, go hurry up, please. Yay. What the hell? I hate these rats. Here, that's my continued server. Thank you. My server's been growing a lot recently for some reason. People have just been joining. I don't understand it, but you know, thank you. The only thing worth it in there is the Bagoons channel. And that's rarely used. It was only used like twice in 1 week, which is insane. That never happens. But it happened. Yeah, cause that treasure is also behind that eye. That's why I'm so confused. But I need to go over here. 94 bombs, yeah, I found a... Oh. I see what I do. I found, 2 great fairies and they both just gave me bomb upgrades. So now I can carry 99 bombs, I think. Why'd that still hit me? I'm not gonna be able to get the heart. Yeah, whatever. What do I do? This. Wait, if I let go though, yeah. I need to be one of those apps. Why do the bubbles feel so much more annoying in this game? I'm gonna be real. Do I have to call them or can I use the song? Because I'm gonna be real, I don't know what the song fucking does. Besides like call people to me, I guess. Oh, I get the puzzle. So I stand on this and okay. And now I'm you! Whoa, that's crazy! Okay. And fuck you, bridge. I can be cooler. Hell yeah. Thanks for the head pat. What the helly? What the helly? What the helly? What the helly? Can I kill this guy? What are you saying to me? I'm afraid there are some areas to which you will not be able to bring the servants to the tower, but do not fear leaving them behind. Once you have awakened them, they will wait patiently for your return. Okay. Yeah, I kinda did that already. Thank you, though. Yeah, no, fuck you, buddy. Oh, he's gonna get me. Never mind, he's stupid. Lamel. Why didn't you give me hearts? What the fuck? I'm gonna die. Cause I'm not getting hearts. Well, that is a nut. I don't want to fight him. He's gonna do too much damage to me. Can you break this? Can you break this? I don't really like the dodging in this game. What are you attacking? Can I block it? Okay, I guess he broke it. Can you break this? Fucking. I need this. Yeah, okay, can you break this? Please. Bro. Ouch. I don't know what I do about you. Also, I didn't want to throw that. That way, at least. Can you break this? Why am I crouching? What the fuck? I don't know how to roll into you. You have to pay your shit, but like, it's not letting me. Okay, there we go. Was it because I was holding shield? What? That's bullshit. Yay. I was like, I think I had to parry him, but I was like, it's not working, so I don't know how to do it. But I think it was because I was holding shield. But yeah, I got it. Whoa, he gave me a belt. That's crazy. I got a belt. That's crazy. Did you ever learn the QTE sword move? No, because I went to the island and all he did was tell me, hit me 100 times. And then I did that, and then he gave me a rupee that I didn't need. And so it pissed me off. And so I didn't talk to him again. But that's what happened. Oh, Tana never used a boomerang again. Hi, Marissa. Oh, right, I had to use the fucking right stick because it wants to use fucking gyro. So I had to switch my hands because I can't do this. Well, thanks for the 1 biddy. What does that even do? It's not useful to me. But yeah, that's what happened. Oh, they're chasing me now. Could get so much. I can. You're looking at it. But I could go back to the trainer. I don't know what it'll do this time, but yeah. Because I did try, but I don't know like how he teaches you certain moves. Because like I said, all he told me was hit me 100 times. And then he gave me nothing. He gave me a purple rupee. So I was like, you know, I don't care anymore. I don't know how to learn them though. What? Oh no, I did that. Scrum, hi, hello. Wait, now I can find the great berries for the quiver. Wow. That's crazy. What are the bits used for? Okay, so they're like donations, except Twitch takes like 30% of it. And then I get the other part. So because 1 bit is like 1 cent worth of money, I get nothing. But yeah. You just basically like give me money. Yeah. But like 10 bits is like 10 cents, 100 bits is like $1. Like think of it like that. That's the progression. Where's your fan art channel? It's Art of Clown. Or something like that. In the art section. Art of Clown, it means art of me. And then the art channel is just art. Yeah. Oh my god. Is that a Wizrobe? Oh my god, it is! How do I kill you? Okay, you're dead. It's hidden for you? Wait, why is it hidden for you? Oh, right, because NSFW rule. I think I had to change the perms for that. Whoopsie! And that's my bad. Because I just copied the perms from the Bagoons channel, and I forgot to change it. I just made it so everyone can chat in Art of Clown instead, but yeah, whoopsie! Yeah, I realized what happened. What the fuck? Did I just notice in your mouse? Oh, I do. Blow him up! Yippee! Why can't you give me arrows? Whatever. You don't see it either? It's the NSFW perms, right? Hang on, while I'm doing this chest, I'll check. I didn't get that chest. Edit channel permissions. It says everyone can view the channel. Wait, so why can't you? Yeah, and all of you can send messages too. Yeah, I gave it to the everyone rule and the balloons rule, so you should be able to see it. Why can't you see it? You gotta go to browse channel at the top of the server and select it. Oh. Oh, you have to like, yeah, you have to be able to see every channel because Discord like did weird shit for some reason. So it wasn't me. I was smart for once. And I get Linkle not to jump. And this will be the hardest part for me. Is getting Linkle not to jump. Okay, no, that works. We got Horny Jail Day 1. Yep. I mean, the NSFW rules the one I like to see the Bagoons chat, but that'll rarely get used, like I said. Oh my god. That shit, it is for the rare NSFW art that I get. I'm surprised it happened twice in like a span of a week, but it did happen. Really? Wait, what do I do? Oh, I need this guy. Oh, that's why I needed the bridge. And that's why these guys are annoying. Ouch. Why that hurt me? What? Thank you. I don't want to waste any more arrows. That's not an arrow. I don't know why I keep doing that. I know that's not right, I keep doing it. Yeah, I'm doing it this way. I can't do it that way, never mind. Wait, that just kills me. That's kind of crazy. Time to waste another arrow. Just because you're stupid. Come here, bro. Come here. Come here. Yeah, come here. Yes, thank you. I was lazy. And my laziness got me killed. I didn't even know I needed him. Your monster ad art? Whoa. I've also been getting a lot of fan art recently, which is also insane. One person I commissioned said they would make me fan art because they like my character. It was the one who drew me getting fucked, actually. Which I also find really funny. But yeah. It feels weird. I don't know. I guess I'm famous now. And I can't handle it. Will his back come down? Oh, now you come down. Okay. I was waiting for it. It never came. What shooting this do? What shooting this do? Oh, that brings you up. Yeah, I mean, your mascot. Chichu is pretty good. I don't know if I had that saved. Because when that happened, I was like so busy with live, so I just like was not mentally here. I was mentally checked out of that entire like conversation. Oh my god, arrows. Oh, I had to go there. I see. That makes sense. You know, this dungeon is longer than I thought it would be. Cause I thought it would be like very short. And then it hasn't been. It just hasn't been. Where am I? Oh, that's a chest. Oh. Okay. I didn't realize how close that was to me. Finally, bro. Finally, I can do something. I can't aim. I'm using like my thumb on my left hand to try to aim, and it's so hard. Okay, there we go. I hate this. I hate this. What is just for the small key? I swear to fuck if it was. I think it was. Oh my fucking god. I thought I had to get like a statue or something. Alright, can I choose this? I want to see if I can choose this. I go on here. Yeah? Oh no, I can't choose this, I think. I could probably go on that one, but... that's about it. Nope. Oh wait, I choose it. Yippee! Why do I need a bomb? Why do I need a bomb? Oh my god, get this hateful fuck away from me! Left-handed, yeah. Left-handed moment. Can I just leave it here? And it'll like blow up? No, they thought of that. Okay. Whatever. What's in here? Why is it another door? Why can't I have... Okay, thank you. Oh, it's another boss. Okay. They're not waking up. Designs that reflect the wind are drawn here. What? My controller's so fucked up. What the hell? That's crazy. Oh, I need this. That's crazy. Oh my god. Get away from me. I'll take Orang. Sure, whatever. And then I'll just take this. I don't even know what the difference is. I have like full resources. I don't need anything. What the fuck? Oh, I don't need this. I thought it would be something cool, and it wasn't. They just hate me. This game just hates me. I don't know why this game just hates me. It just hates me, bro. Like, I don't know. Okay, then, so then how do I get up to here? Oh, I see how I get up there. You know, that makes lots of sense. Okay. I understand now. The puzzle. Yeah, my controller's actually so fucked up. Oh my god. I was pressing right, like, do some of that, and it just was not doing it. Oh wait, I probably need... Yeah. I'll just throw all of them. Flying around the speed of... What? 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 Can someone type what in chat right now in all lowercase? What does do? What? Can I push this? Huh. That's kind of weird. Whatever. What do you mean there's nothing nearby? Fine, I'll step on this. But then I can't get that. Because apparently there's nothing close. Death. Bro, what do you mean there's the- Oh my god. Cause I can't push this. Apparently. Yeah, apparently I can't push this. Can I blow this? I didn't want that. Can I blow this up? No. This feels like a bad idea. It is a bad idea. You're right there. I can climb the sides. I don't think I can. Yeah, I can't. How close can I get to it? Okay. Can I do this? Well... I can't move forward. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, that thing. Okay. Whatever. Yeah, babe. I wasted so much magic, but I got it. I don't know if I keep doing that. But I just do. Can you survive, laser? Yes. Why do I need you? I don't know why I need you, but I guess I'll take you. Bye. You're coming with me now, mister. There's a Wizbro, never mind. I feel like I should just make this easier on myself and go over here first before I do anything. Yeah, get this shit. Yeah, get this shit. Yeah, get this shit. Wait, I probably need 3 of them. Because I have the other thing. Yeah, get this shit. Actually, I probably need all of them. Yeah, get this shit. And I get the last shit. Yeah, me. I just kind of did that to be safe, because I don't know. I don't know how much this weighs. How much do you weigh? Tell me. That's rude, never mind, don't tell me. There you go. I scared him off. Because I asked him how much he weighed. So now he's scared of me. He hates me now. Can you hear me whenever I, like, open my water bottle? I feel like you can. What the hell? Where does this take me? Ouch. Where does this take me? I am ascending. You can't. Oh. Good. I'm ascending. Can I kill this guy? Oh, I can. I don't think I should try though. Especially because I have to aim with like my thumb. Whatever. Oh wait, I had to kill them. Oh wait, no I don't. Never mind, I'm stupid. I didn't do that with like both of my hands just to aim up, and I don't know, I'm cool, I think. Because I don't have gyro. I wish I kinda had gyro. The remake was like designed with gyro. But yeah. I don't know. Don't throw that. Why did you do that? There you go. Yippee! Wow, I'm so cool. Oh my god. Can he kill the other guy for me? Okay. Whatever. This game just hates me, I don't know. Why do you want me to have so many bonds? I don't know how I feel about this. But they just want me to have so many fucking bonds. Moo, they baa. I don't know why the birds baa, but they do. You know what, just fuck all this. Ouch. Oh, I had to kill you. Okay, blue ones I had to kill. $99 bonds though, yeah. I told you, like, the Great Fairy just kept giving me bonds for some reason. I don't know why. But they just did. I need arrows now, though. Hopefully they can give me arrows, I don't know. Yeah, fuck you, give me magic. That's a parry. Whatever, bruh. Whatever, this shit just tastes me, whatever. Where am I? Some kind of Wind Waker? Can't know to find your way to this place. Oh, chosen one. Accept this final challenge. Gamba. Oh my god, rock. Eye hand. Oh my god, it's a Nintendo eye hand. Oh my god, they love this shit. And he can't forget the head. Well, I wonder what I do. 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 Oh my god! He's killing the frame rate! He's killing the frame rate again! Ouch. He killed the frame rate too much! I can't read what you said, I'm in a boss, but I'll read it in a bit. I was an arrow. No, don't kill the frame rate again! Oh my god. I hate him for killing the frame rate. How many times do I have to do this? What happens if I run out of air hose? Is it 3? Is it Nintendo rule of 3? Uh oh. He spits more out. Oh, I see. Oh, why do you do this? Oh, why do you do this? Ow. Are you dead? Please die. Yay! Except it's finally Chan Bing pulls a 5-star just for first pull. The path can now be opened, oh chosen one. What will now come to pass is tied to your fate, to the path that you have chosen. Go forward with caution. This shit was so easy. A laser.
Here you go. Have a head pat.
Thanks for the head pat. This shit was so easy. Finally. Finally! Yippee! Bye. I'm dead. Again. You know, why does Linko go through, like, so much pain? It's kind of weird. You know? Like, she just goes through so much pain. And, like, I don't know. It's so weird. It's actually so weird. Where am I? Oh my god, thanks for the 5 kitten. Craigsick. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know why it does that sometimes. Where it just like, you know, it plays the alerts like they're different subs for some. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. It's so weird. What do I do? Oh, that's what I do. What? For the one kid playing this game. Wow. I love this game. Why'd my laptop do this? Wind Waker HD has its own category. I know, but most people don't look at Wind Waker HD, they look for Wind Waker, that's why. Like, if a game ever got remade, they'll usually just look up the original, so it's better for viewers and a discoverability. Fun fact for you. It was in God to have acknowledged you to be a true hero. But this does not mean your trials have ended here. Once you take your first step into the world beyond the ring of light you see shimmering in the ways before you, your true trial will begin. Are you ready? Yeah, I have one brain cell, I'm ready. Yippee. I'm underwater. I told him to not matter. It seemed to use retro to categories Wind Waker. Yeah. But if you're looking for specifically Wind Waker, like if there is that person, they will just look up Wind Waker, not Wind Waker HD. But also, if there's someone who's just looking to watch old game, they will look up games plus demos or retro. So it does actually matter. It is the cat. Whoa, it's the castle that was in that trailer. That's crazy. Hello, you're probably wondering where we are, aren't you? Unfortunately, there's not enough time for me to explain it to you now. Once you're able to strike down Ganon with the item you obtain in this castle, all will be made clear to you. Okay, I will do that in a bit. I gotta differences made me see how far we've gotten since then. Yeah. I'm gonna play an ad. My package has arrived, so I'm gonna go downstairs real quick and get it. So, yeah, BRB. What the fuck? Why is this shit gone? Okay, wait. Where is it? There we go. Okay, yeah, see you in a bit. Hello. I'm back. Well, I can't believe I took like 3 minutes actually. Anyway, hello. Well, I earned the thing. What is this? Wait, that's cute. I was seeing all the little emotes I get. Welcome back. Thank you. Everyone is dead. Hello. Discord muted? Yes. Hello. Everyone's dead. What the hell? They don't look like that. Erm. 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 Sorry. I'm like signaling. I'm looking at things. I'm looking at important things. In regards to the future. Thank God, I need to listen to it before. But wait, the item you seek is hidden somewhere in the castle. To find it, you must find the entrance to the basement. No one Quicksilver Nancy movies. You know where to search and what you must do to open the. Yeah, he was in the shape of a heraldry. What is a heraldry? What do you mean by that? I feel sick. I am sick, but like, I'm always sick. I see. Wait, can I not push you? Like normally? I can't grab you. I can't grab them normally. This is confusing. This is actually confusing. Oh wait, I understand. I don't understand. Never mind. What if I do this? I don't want to do that. Yes. Okay. Yippee! I got one zing. Oh my god, this is annoying. Wait, this is actually annoying. I just realized how annoying this is gonna be. Oh my god, this is annoying. Damn. Why can't I grab it sometimes and like, what the fuck? I don't understand. This is annoying. That's all this is annoying. Is this right? Hell yeah, okay. You know, this space's music is kind of creepy. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like it. I guess it makes sense why it is, if you know the lore, TM, but... Yeah. Yay! And why was that so loud? Does this prove I'm the hero? Can I have this shit? Can I have it now? Please. No, okay. Whatever. Can I kill this guy? No, okay. What about him? No, okay. Whatever. I don't even care anymore about killing. I do, actually. I'm a liar. Excellent, Linko, to perceive such a puzzle and decipher it is no small feat. Now take the sword that lies before you. Is none other than the Master Sword, the blade of evil's bane. It is the only sword that can banish Ganon from the world above. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? That was my leg. Am I halfway done with the game? Am I almost done with the game? Where am I? in regards to the game. I remember this game being a little shorter, but I don't know how close I am. I'm gonna be real. I know it depends on side content that I do too, but... Oh, I'm gonna have to kill everyone. Oh, that kinda sucks. I think this is halfway. Oh my, I love the Hyrule Castle music. I love the A Link to the Past Hyrule Castle music, and so any remix of it just... It like gets me, you know? I'm gonna have to kill everyone. Yippee! I'm cool now, though. Yippee! Hell yeah. I can do things. Why is my model freaking out? I don't know why it does this sometimes. No, play the cool music. Play the fucking Hyrule Castle music, not the creepy music, please. Is this the Hyrule Castle music? Let the real show begin. Hello. Wait, did he hit me? Oh my god, why is he cool? Hi Trey, how's it going? I will kill all of them, by the way, I don't care. I really don't care, I will kill all of them. I don't have to, but I will. Even if there's two darkness next to each other, I will. Why are they trying to box me? Ouch. Come over here. No, fuck you. Come over here. Yeah, fuck you. Are they dogs? Is that what they are? They look like dogs. Just checking in real quick. Okay. Oh, I'm doing good. Can you die? Thank you. How many are left? Is it just 2? Oh, 3. Okay, no, I'll kill this guy just in case he's like annoying. Because you know he will be. So yeah. And so they're dead. Hell yeah. Must be Ganon's guard dogs. They were attacking the castle or something. You know, this game was kind of easy. We just hold down the B button. I did not realize. I'm being raided. Larry's not here though. Hi Midnight, how's it going? How you doing? Let me shout you out real quick. Since I'm the only mod here. I'm the streamer. Hello. My name is Celeste. I'm a back clown VTuber and I mainly play Nintendo and horror games. And, I'm playing a mod of Wind Waker where I play as Linkle. That's it. Goodbye. Goodbye. I must open something bad. But I mean... I had to cause him. I didn't know that. I was just kind of killing all of them. Like, for fun. I didn't know I had to kill all of them. Is this all of them? Gracias mod looks good. Yeah. I love this Lincoln mod. Was that all of them? Is there more? I feel like there's more. They're upstairs. I just love sneak attacking them. I don't know. I don't want to go after that one. I want to go after the one that was still standing, but you know what? Whatever. Here. Oh, thank you for killing your friend. I love you. I didn't kill you, whatever. Are you playing on emulator? I'm playing on my Nintendo PC. That's what I'm playing on. That is Dark Knight. Oh my god. Oh, why do they keep nutting on me? Get him away. He just punched me. No, are you serious? Oh my god. Better have died from that. I don't even care. Did he? I think you did. Can I leave now? What the fuck? What's going on? He was in the chat overlay? What do you mean? They've always been like that. Wait, who's left? I swear that Dark Knight didn't count as dying because it fell. I see you and oh, it's a 7TV. 7TV is a Twitch extension and you can like basically make words into emotes. And so I made some like very stupid. And I made some that are gooner, but I don't know if people have found those yet. But yeah. I guess I'll go over here instead. Oh, okay. Who did I not kill? Penis? Nope. That's not one. Oh, there we go, I found one. Actually, I think... I know one of them too. Do I want me to tell you? Ah, there you go. Rio isn't one. Keck W is though. Type Splatoon. Splatoon's a funny one. I mean, it's not really gooner, it's just kinda sus. Yeah, it's just kinda sus. Wall. 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 Gonna catch a few people off guard. Yeah, You never understood that? Yeah, that's how it works. Wait, did I go outside there? Why'd I go outside? What the hell? Unless... Sorry to remember, I gotta take seconds stuff and be looking down. Okay. Oh yeah, the Anka dance too, yep. That is one. At long last, the preparation to complete must return to me so that we can return by the same path the brothers here. The time has come for to save your sister from a prison in Forsaken Fortress. Hurry! Okay. I'll try. Bye. Why is my model dying? I think it's because of the angle that I put it at. I think it shouldn't die anymore. Let me reset one more time. Where am I? Where's the Forsaken Fortress? It's like... Please don't tell me it's like... Oh my god. No, that's... Oh wait, no, I just had to find the Cyclone. Okay, wait, because I want to go to Outset. Cyan, that's how you learn the sword moves, right? When project man, I think Caesar salad is yummy. I like salad. Yeah, okay. It's time for me to learn. Cause like I said, I tried to learn, but then that guy just told me, fuck, like, hit me 100 times and he gave me nothing. So then I didn't talk to him again because I was pissed off. And that's literally what happened. Salad tortilla. I love tortilla. Sorry, I'm Mexican, I can't say that. Say salad too. Tortilla. Why are you lecturing me? You can't even say it right. You say like tortilla. You say like tortilla or like something like that. You don't say tortilla, and it pisses me off. You say it the right way. That's not the widest way to say it. But yeah. I don't know why I say it the right way. Yeah, me too. I mean, you can learn. You say it the French way. And that is true. I will not learn it? Okay, that means you're gonna learn it though. The rain is killing me. And these men. Oh my god, these men. You will not. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Why is my model doing this? Why is it doing this? What's happening to me? I don't know why it does this sometimes, where it just kind of dies. Like, I don't know why. It's kind of weird. You invite me to stream? On Purple app or what? Because the one on Purple app, it's the same username as my TikTok name. If that is what you're asking. When you can pronounce Worcestershire, then we can talk. Okay, I just did. And now what? What this guy had to say? What this one had to say? Is this one, right? He might fuck me, actually. Oh well. I gotta kill this guy. When will he die? He's dead. Good night, good night. I killed this guy. He's dead. That's a heck of an arm we got there. Yep. And when I know it's never been able to spot me there before now. Obviously, you have mastered the air, and now that we've established that you're quite the win, but what? He's at the name of the game. Let's see if we can handle this. I can't believe he said the name of the game. That sounds like a Kingdom Hearts song. It sounds like a Kingdom Hearts song. In the hands of Wind Waker, like it might over little cycles, and we as happy as it can be. Bye. If you need to move like the whatever, bye. 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 I don't need you anymore, bye. Actually, I do. What am I doing? I can now quick travel. Oh my god. Finally. I don't have to play stupid games anymore. Yippee. Can't believe we get the bow halfway into the game, by the way. Like, you get the teleporting spell halfway into the game, like, it's insane. It's actually insane. Like, why would they do this? Why would they actually do this? You eat that shit for so long and then, like, they just don't give it to you. Bad boosh. Goodbye, bad boosh. Oh, wait, Cyan, can you tell me something important? How do I get the camera? Is that on, I forgot the island name, but you know, like the general island, I guess. That isn't home. That's what I'm guessing. Why am I stuck? Very good night. Now try to hit me 300 times. Is this really what I had to do? I feel like this is wrong. I don't know. One, two, three, 4, 5. Yeah, I didn't get you 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. What? 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. How's he gonna? Well, how do I get in the belt tank? Cause I have a lot of belts. But he just asking like for stupid shit. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I couldn't do it because I jumped for some reason. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you attack? Please, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. What? Oh my god. Why? Oh my god, bro. Why did you do that? Hello, I do. It sucks. Attacking me. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Can you stop jumping? Like, that wastes so much time. 2 first, what is this? But 2, 3, 4. Why am I spazzing out? I'm not even moving. I like it. I tried to. Bro, this sometimes takes forever. And I don't know how I feel about it. Can you get away from the wall? I know I'm kinda kicking your ass, but still. The wall just sucks. This wall fucking sucks, bro. At least the parry counts as 2. I'm so thankful for that. Bro, that table! Just the walls in general! They fucking suck. Okay. Okay. I was about to say. Can I hit him twice now? I swear he gets, like, faster. He does get faster. Okay, what happened there then? Did you just decide to lock in? I don't understand. The fucking wall. This shit sucks. This shit sucks. I feel like I should make a save state so this doesn't take forever. The fucking wall. He really should, like, get away from the fucking wall. I don't think he understands how powerful the wall is. He's just kind of doing it, you know? He's trying to trick me. I know he is. He's trying to trick me. Yeah, see? He's trying to trick me. Get away from there. Air. Can you hit me? Thank you. Air. Air. Can you hit me? Thank you. As the parry goes around him, it makes it easier. So I'm trying to lock in. I mean, he can hit me now, right? And it doesn't matter? Okay. He hit me! I shall call you sword to it. Swords will be like me something like this in the travel ticket. What is it? I don't need this. What do you need? No. When does he give me my shit? When do I get the shit from him? I need to know. Did my dragon die again? It did. That's insane. Yeah, it might be too far. And I mean, calibrate again because I'm calibrating while I was moving. Okay. What do I need? Why I need to fight him again? How many times, bro? You wanna be a true master? You must hit me 500 times? I don't want to do this again. Like, I don't care enough. You know? I might just I don't know. I'll try once and then that's it. Because then it's just the exact same thing over and over again. You know, where I get into the rhythm, I just hit him 3 times, and then, yeah. When do you... There we go. What? Oh my god. I wonder if I, like... does that. It's kind of weird. Where he hits me while I'm parrying him. It's actually kind of weird. Can you, like... Can you... Thank you. Yeah, I don't care enough. I really don't. I thought it was just 300 times, and then that was the final one. But it wasn't. And now I'm dead. Whatever. I don't care. Was that you? Is that what you're trying to do? I'm just trying to, like, learn moves from him. But he's not teaching me moves. For some reason. He's just kind of, like, making me fight him. And I don't want to fight him. That's why I don't care though. If he's doing that shit, I don't care enough. You know? What was it? That. Oh, you can't travel to Forsaken Fortress? That's kind of weird. Whatever. Bye. Wait. I saw that 3 fucking times. Oh. Young Waker of the Winds, how did you manage to find this place? I am the Queen of the Fairy World. I have been awaiting your arrival, but now is not yet the time for us to meet. As you have many challenges to overcome, you seek to protect an individual very dear to you. Yes, I know of her. But there is yet another in this world whom you must protect. Come visit my fountain again when you have met that in- Oh. I see. Okay, wait, I still need to get this, though. Cause I know Stone was asking for water. Like this specific water. And then I'll get a fairy. Yippee! They look so sad, wait. You get Grandma a fairy yet? No. Maybe I should do that. I didn't even know you could do that. Okay, time to do that, I guess. Wee. Wait, is that actually how you get the moves, though? You have to, like... You have to beat him, like, 500... to give you a good super healing her? Oh. Do you actually have to, like... You know, beat him 500 times? I thought you could just get it. I don't remember ever having to do that. I don't know. It's weird. I actually don't remember ever having to do that. I thought he just teaches you to move if you give him the belt. Like, I thought he just asked for the belt. He doesn't ask for you to fight him. I don't know why he's asking me to fight him. It's weird. No, those challenges give you rupees and heart piece. Oh. How do I give him the belts then? Because I don't want to do the challenges. Hello, here you go. Yippee! Oh, Linkle, is that you, Linkle? Grandma's always happy to see your bright, shining face. My dear, sweet Linkle, you're safe. That's wonderful. Did you do this? Did you heal me? Oh, you're such a sweet child. Oh, that's right. You and your sister Ariel are trying to be hard to be strong, and I've just been sitting here moaning and worrying. I'm your grandmother and the one who should be taking care of you. I'm sorry, Linkle. I haven't even considered what you must be going through. I'm a terrible grandma. This is all I can Oh wow, an empty bottle, yippee! With soup. And your candle gamer filled your bottle's so full that there's two. Well, you know, such a love this soup, don't you? If you run out, I can make it for you anytime you like. I love soup. Thank you. I'm so happy. Yay. Wait, Cyan, how do I get the camera too? Because I also want the camera. I love the camera. The camera is cool, and so I need it. Because it is the camera. Can Beetle stop stalking me for once? It is miserable fucking life. Yeah, soon, like soon. Came across a firefly from the forest secretary palace. Oh. I didn't do that. Whoopsie. Have y'all been watching like any anime recently? I started rewatching JoJo Part 5. It's because I wanted to. And it's as good as I remember it being. But yeah, that's what I've been doing. Where's the Great Fairy? Because I know the locate. I can't move. I'm facing it. My controller's actually broken. My controller's actually broken. Oh my god. I was holding right the entire time and it did not move once. Until the end. That witch anime with the British Gojo seemed interesting. But, Witch Hat Atelier? I want to watch Witch Hat Atelier, but, it's not done yet, so... That's why I haven't watched it yet. I'll start watching it when it's done, when it's finished. Because I don't like watching anime. Like, I like binging anime. I don't like, you know... Because anime just always ends on cliffhangers, you know? Like the episodes. That's why I don't like watching anime when they're like just coming out. Because I hate cliffhangers. I hate that shit. That's why. That's why I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for that shit, you know? I'm waiting for that shit to come out. That's what I'm waiting for. And then, when that shit comes out, I don't know. Something will happen. Something cool will happen. I need slime after his costume with the elite. I haven't watched either. Have I done this one yet? Also, what's this shit? I feel like I've done this one. Oh, that's an evil shit. Oh, did this guy just tell you where the fucking Triforce pieces are? Is that like his only purpose? Also, is this one free? I don't know if it's free. Or did I get this already? Oh, it's just free. Okay. Give me, can you give me something good? Please, give me something good. I need something good. All I need is that good shit, you know? Stop blowing me. 5,000 ruby. I don't need this. I don't need this. Fuck you. I hate them. I hate them so much. They give me useless shit. I don't need that. Did the bank work? I don't think it did. For some reason. It says it's working. Unless it went off and I didn't hear it. You know what? I'll do something to your ears by doing this. Oh wow, that did nothing. Why isn't the bank working anymore then? Yeah, it's not working anymore. But it says it's working. Look, see, it says it's working. I don't know what's not working anymore. Like that pink outline, that means it's working. Yeah, it's not working. For some reason. Tits does that sometimes. It's so weird. Wait, I know what I do. I know what I do. Oh wait, it's not a browser source. Never mind. I was gonna say I just gotta refresh the browser source, but I can't. It's not a browser source. When you question I suspect, are you hungry? Are you keeping warm? You haven't injured, so have you? You always work so hard. Nickel, do you have enough rupees? Your guy doesn't have a lot, but I'm sending you everything I saved up. What? I'm rich. I'm more rich than you. No, don't do that. I'm more rich than you. So that is how it works. What are you saying? Hello? What are you? There's a fish. Why is there a fish? What are you saying? Yeah, but all this shit all the fucking fairies just gave me are rupees and bonds. That's why I have so many bonds and that's why I have so many rupees. But I don't need that many rupees. I could go to a beetle shop. Actually, will beetle have bait? Or do I need to go other places for bait? Because where even am I? I can't check my map. There we go. Oh, I'm on another square. Okay, might as well. Here you go. Everybody tells it. I see. I don't know, it's because, like, when I bought bait, like, it said it was sold out for a while. And so I don't know if he's still sold out or if I need to go to other places for bait. That's why. Whoa, it's a heart. Whoa. When I get to you, try staring deep in his eyes and when it came over with flattery, okay. And that's all the info I got to offer. Your fish bait. That's why he doesn't give me shit. He's like, I don't know, he does random shit. I don't know. I'm gonna have to buy a lot of bait. I'm gonna have to just walk into Beetle's store and just buy, like, all his bait. That's what I'm gonna have to do. Wait, I haven't done this shit. Alright, time to fuck everyone up. Yippee! I love killing people. Couldn't you tell? Look. I'm gonna kill this guy right now. This one. Right here. This one right here. You can't hurt me with your alarms. Not anymore. Ouch. You can't remove that though. Oh my god. Why does, like, Nico just get smacked around so much? Kinda crazy, you know? I don't know why it happens. I don't know what I did. I did nothing, actually. Not that one. That one. Thank you. It still don't give me what I want. What the fuck? What the fuck? What? I had to solve a puzzle for this. Funny enough, I think Linko has a bigger hitbox. I'm playing on hard mode. Well, I'm cool. It's her non-existent boobs. That's what it is. I don't know why I didn't go anywhere. The color matter? I don't think it does. Actually, no, it does for something. I don't know what. I know the color matters, but I forgot what it was. Wait, how am I gonna make this then? Because... yeah, it's gonna get higher every single time. Yeah, how am I gonna make that? Drop. Can you? No, because that just makes me let go. Oh, wait, no, I just stop moving and then drop, right? Yeah. Okay. I forgot how stupid it was. Can I still? No. I didn't have enough momentum. I'm too impatient for shit like this. That's the thing. If I wasn't so impatient, like, this would be so easy, but I'm so impatient. Cause I had to stop moving, I had to go all the way down. And I had to move very slowly while also gaining momentum very slowly. And then like, yeah, when I hear it move like this, then I can probably make it, but still. I hate it. I almost didn't make it. Oh my god. Wee. Too tired for patience. I just never had patience, I don't know. I never had that shit. Whoa, treasure. That I don't need. I wanted it to be a piece of heart, but you know what? Whatever. That's fine. It doesn't have to be. That's fine. It does have to be one, actually. I lied. I'm lying right now. Is that the Forsaken Fortress? Oh yeah, it is. Okay. Wee. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to finish it. Because what I even had to do, I had to go all the way back to the top and then fight the bird, right? And you saw how much trouble I had getting to the top before. I mean, it should be easier now that I know I can kill the things, so I don't know. And I have arrows too. So yeah, I don't know. I love Ocarina of Time. Thank you, Ocarina of Time, for making music that other Zelda games will follow. Every single time. Why do you put bombs? Oh my god, Puggle, wait, it's been so long. Hello, thanks for the bits. It's been so long. I've been wondering where you've been. But it kind of sucks though, because tomorrow's gonna be my last stream for a week again. Because I've been busy. The rain, no. Get that shit away. Hospital for heart. Wait, what the fuck? Are you okay? Oh my god, wait. Are you okay? I'm assuming because you're alive, but still. After surgery, you'll be okay. Okay, that's good. That sounds scary. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I could ever do surgery. I think I'd be too scared. Okay, we'll see. Yeah, get well soon. I am too much of a pussy for surgery. I will be real. Wait a minute, how do I get in? How do I get in? Wait a minute. Did I go in there? Yes, okay. Hello, fish. Goodbye, fish. Ganon has likely been made aware of our little incursion already, but you have the Master Sword. The sword shall shine in the darkness, casting back evil within your... Yay! Do not be afraid, he's an angel. I don't know why he's an angel, but he is. Oh, I was gonna catch me. I don't have the hammer. I need a hammer. What the hell? Since when did I need a hammer? That's crazy. I didn't know I needed a hammer. Oh, hello. Phantom Ganon. Yeah, shoot that shit again. This time I'll be ready for it. Maybe if I can lock onto you. Why was it so quick? There we go. Umatic Counties, thanks for the follow. Hong Kong, I'm dying right now, I can't read. I can never read. I love tennis. Bro, I'm gonna play Wii Sports Tennis on Switch Sports Resort. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm so sad I didn't bring table tennis back, by the way. I'm actually so sad. I'm so sad I didn't bring it back. Like, one of the best sports. And they didn't bring it back, like, bro, what the hell? It's so cringe. But no, we have thumb wrestling. It's a much better game because of that. Is this the hammer? I'm gonna get put in jail. Oh, they can't put me in jail. Alright, cause I have my sword. Oh my god, hi Ava, how's it going? How's my internet wife, my e-wife? I decided that just now. Stram, yeah, good. Actually, wait. I should do that, and then... Yeah. Thanks for the boo. I say, Ava, you got both versions? Wait, that was like $80, like $60. I didn't know you got both versions of the email. What's this guy doing? See, I only want the good one. The funny one. You're crazy and irresponsible. I mean, I am too. I need to buy more emotes because I have more emo slots. I have 4 more emo slots, but I don't have money, so I can't get them right now. I spent too much money on art, but now I need to like spend it on emotes. Me too. I know why I'm killing them, to be honest, because I don't need to. I'm just doing it for the love of the game. It sucks though, because animated emotes are like usually like $30 to $40 like a piece. That's why it sucks. And I have 4 animated emote slots, and I have 2 static emote slots that I need to fill. That's why it sucks. Like, if I didn't have to, like, you know. But I do have to. I need to spend my money. I need to be a responsible US citizen and spend my money. That's what I need to do. Well, what's in here? I'm shiny. Only from the back, though. Hell yeah. How do I get over there? Hell yeah. What's somebody spend an item? Ava or me? Because for me, I think it was my model. Because my model was fucking expensive. It was like almost $400. And plus the rigging too. It was like, that was like plus $200. Your model? Yeah. Hi, Leru. What the hell? I don't know how to navigate this place anymore. It's scary. They took out all the shit. I know. Your new model? Oh, you have a new model? Wait, can you show me when you get like the whip of it? I just see. It's on Twitter? Okay, I'll check Twitter. I don't really check my VTuber account. So I never see anything. So, you know, that's kind of my bad. Can I pick this up? Oh, there we go. Yay. I don't know, I just love doing the shit at them. It's so funny to me. Little teabag, little. This is how I teabag, because I can't teabag in this game. Give me money. Plus it's about to get rigged well. And the creative fit or social skills. I mean... Yeah, you kind of need those. What the fuck? I didn't know floor masters were in this game. That's crazy. I'm in jail. Wait. I know where to go now. You see, I know where to go from jail. And that's why I didn't know where to go. But now I know where to go. So it's cool. This is actually a positive, because if nothing else threw me in jail except the fucking floor masters, then, you know, it's fine now. I know how to leave. I was here, apparently. Wait, when the fuck was I here? Hello? Yeah, when was I here? What? Spent 1K for a couch and bought a, you know, a side figure for 600. Honestly, valid. That is a valid use of your money. Okay, I don't know where to go now. Ouch. I didn't want to lock onto that guy, but like this game is stupid with the lock on sometimes. So like, whatever. Where am I? I go up there. Or do I go down here? No, I go up there. Fuck you, rat. Oh wait, those are the rats. Those are the imps. I see. Like, you know, but all my money goes to VTuber. Yeah, all my money goes to VTuber stuff too. Or video. Actually, video games count as VTuber stuff now for me. So yeah, all my money goes to VTuber stuff. Crazy. Actually crazy. How that is the case. But it is the case. So yeah. That's my life. Oh, and cosplays? Sure, you should send me more cosplays so I can yearn. What? Oh my god, he just decked me. I know what that means, but it did. Oh, there's a floor master again. How do I go to floor masters? Yeah, how do you go to floor masters? Wait, that's crazy. It just feels like it did grab you, like you're just kind of fucked. Or if you go near them, you're just kind of fucked. So I don't know what to do about the floor masters. These are not real floor masters, bro. These are some fucking fake ass floor masters. They're creepy and insane floor masters. It's not funny how she is too. Love Teto. Teto's I like Teto more than Miku. I don't know, I just do. Okay, like, this is the right way, I know it is, but like, I don't know how to get past the floor master. Oh my god. The fucking wall. That wall is crazy. That wall is insane. What do I do about that wall? Gotta respect the OG. I like Teto more. I don't know. I just do. To be fair, Jamie P has like done a lot of work for Teto. So, you know. Jamie Penis has done a lot of work for Teto, you know. I feel like I need a bomb. That's why all these, like, bomb chews are there. Okay, maybe we need to go in the hole. That still wasn't in the hole. I feel like that would have gotten sucked in. Huh, okay. What do I do about this then? JP is to go. It's true. I'll just pounce. Like towards me getting this. I think it does, cause it's shaking a bit. Okay, no it doesn't. Fuck you after all. Yeah, then I don't know how to get past this guy. Okay, I got past this guy. It was that easy. I was like, it can't be that easy. I thought he would just like lock on me, like no matter what. And then he didn't. So that was kind of insane. It was in fact that easy. It was that easy. I want this chest, please. Let me get it. Thank you. Hey, I don't need this. Why did laser stop shooting at me? I mean, I shouldn't complain, but why did it stop shooting at me? I heard something. Oh. Okay, well, I also need to go over there, but I don't know how. Oh, I think I made it. Unless this is, I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. Where am I? Cause I need to go over there. Like where those lights are. Like over there. I killed this guy already. Wait, I just went in a circle. Why am I dying? Toy Foxing is so slick for developing 6 and 7 to get. Wow. Miku, my friend, was playing her music every day back then. That kind of funny. Cause Miku. She is Miku. I almost died. Okay, wait, so then I do have to go over there. That thing fucking was. I do? Yeah, I do. Oh wait, do I? Cause then this is just... I mean, that is on the way there, yeah, but... I might have to do a save state just because my controller might fuck up. I'm being so honest. If I'm on that other side. Yeah, I do. Yeah, because I'm just back here now. Okay, I do. I do have to go over there. I'm playing music every day right now. The only Miku song you need is Amagamaguchi. That's the only one you need. That's all you need. Miku. Whoa, it's the Miku from Fortnite. It's Fortnite Miku. Fortnite Miku made that song. I don't know if that's canonical or not. If I'm sad, I listen to Miku. If I'm happy, I listen to Miku. If I'm mad, I listen to Miku. Real, actually. Okay, yeah, I need to go over there. Can I go over here? Okay, I was like, is it that easy again? But no. I don't know what sets him off. Oh, wait, you know what I probably do? I know what I do. I know what I'm not moving. I don't know why I'm moving. I know what I do though. My VTuber trying to break containment. Oh, and I could like go on this barrel. I can't go on this barrel though. How I get over here then? But I can't jump that. I just shoot him, I guess. But I can't jump that. Are you dead? Are you dead? Are you dead? Yeah, are you dead? Are you dead? Are you dead? Are you dead? Yay! How do I get up there then? That's so weird. Wait, what? Okay. Yeah, sure, whatever. I guess I'll look in here. I don't know what it is, though. Oh yeah, it is just this door. Okay, so I am going the right way. I look up on what you're doing. Yeah, I had to go over here on this door. Because otherwise I'm just gonna go in a huge circle. But, I don't know how to get on over to that door. Oh, wait. I think I figured it out, actually. But I didn't get up here before falling. Because I forgot I have this item. I forgot I had this item. Yeah, you know, that makes sense. That makes sense. I don't know why I forgot that item existed. But I did. Ouch. But I did. I don't know why I did. I just did. When Kyrgyzstan, I want to hear you sing. I have a good singing voice. I just don't know when. Because I don't want the people in my house to hear me, you know? That's what. That's the only thing stopping me,
Let's
really.
get a good
That and I'm shy. Thanks for the stretch. But I will say, I think I do have a good singing voice. Oh yeah, now I know where I am. I had to be like alone in my house. I'm never alone in my house is the thing. For some reason, I'm never alone in my house. There's just always someone here. And it annoys me every single time. I remember this. Because sometimes I just want to be alone, you know? Gotta find the right time. No, but like I said, I'm literally never alone. Can these guys fuck off? Like, oh my god.
Let's get a good stretch.
I'm dying. Am I? Yay. I might have to make a save state. I feel like... Thanks for the alert. Oh, hi, Shell. You can do it at your place? True. Wait. But then... I don't know, I had to transfer so much shit then. They're stalking me. They're stalking me. They're trying to blow me. Ouch. Oh my god. Okay, so I do have to kill that guy. You know, that makes sense. That doesn't make it? Oh my god. I don't want to go through all this again. I'll just try it again and see what happens. Okay. I think by the time I can aim, like, it's gonna hit me again. Yeah. Oh my god, bro. Oh, there's a ladder here. Oh my god, wait. This saved me. Wait, this saved me. This ladder here saved me. Yeah, this guy's getting fucked. Back in vibing. Whoa. Hello. This guy's getting fucked. In the ass. Right now. I could be your instrument. Hey, yo, what do you mean by that? You want me to play you? Oh, I can't go up here. I can't. I can probably just never the queue. I can't do that. That ladder is a lie. Okay, you know what? I know what I can do. I can go over here. Oh yeah, that was literally the only one left. And he was so annoying. That's insane. Okay, I know what I can do. I could go over here. Go on that. Leaf over to that wall over there, the door. And then I can leaf again. Back to where I need to go. I feel like this is too convoluted for what I actually have to do, maybe, but... Oh, I didn't even need to leave. Okay. Yeah, whatever. What are you even doing even? I had to go to a certain place. Which is, you know, where I'm trying to go. But the place I need to go to, I was getting bombed. Because there's a guy with a light looking at me, and so the cannons were looking at me. And so, I couldn't go over to it, but I could go over to it. You'll see. I had to go to the top of the tower, basically. Stealth shit, yeah. I was not really stealthy because I have my sword now. But I had to kill the guy, like, operating the lights in order to progress. No, his ship fell. Can you give me... Yay! Is there another one? No. Okay, I wanted to kill him. Whatever. It's fine. Look, you'll see. After I kill all these fucking imps that follow me everywhere for some reason. And I hate them. They're annoying. Ouch. They go so far though. Why is there another one? Bye. I had to go so slow. Bye. Can you even get me? No. Hell yeah. I was so scared. I mean, there's a ladder there, but even if I fell, it wouldn't have mattered. But still. I feel like my controller's gonna fuck me. I tried so hard not to stim right now, but the other problem is my controller, like, not registering my button input. And so I might get fucked. What the fuck was that? Give in. Uh-oh. You're annoying. Wow, I can see that. Anyway, I made it. I saved my sister. I'm cool. Yeah, look, I saved my sister. The Master Sword's reacting. It's vibrating. Had to show your sister something. Well, I found my sister. You're okay. I was worried. Don't worry, I still haven't done the boss yet.
Hi.
So we'll open that easily. Oh, hello. There you go, acting before you think as usual. Oh my god, it's Sleepy is here. I swear you didn't realize that we had to draw that monster bird off for you. It's about to come flying in here after you again. Well, it is my gay lover. It's Sleepy is here. That's my gay lover. Why am I actually, like, why is my model actually doing that? That sword. Where did you get that? Are you? Is it even possible? How could it be? Oh, never mind about that. For now, we'll just take these girls and share their bodies back in town and pay a handsome reward for their return. Oh, bye. I'm so sorry to interrupt such a heart-warming reunion. Isn't there still something that you need to take care of? Oh, the bird. If you're worried about your sister, don't be. I promise I'll deliver her safely back to your little island. Normally I'd expect a huge reward for something like this, but this time it's my treat. Listen, Ariel, your sister still has some things to take care of, big, important, grown-up things. She'll be back soon, okay? Yeah, whatever. I like how they actually changed all the dialogue, too, for this mod. Like, they didn't actually need to do that, but they did. Take this one, Peru. But she's fine, just do as you're told. I don't know why my model's doing this. Maybe it's the camera. Maybe I need to clean it. So how'd you get the mod? I downloaded it off the internet. Adios Game Banana. Actually, I don't remember. Because I downloaded this in like 2013. And I'm just now playing it. That's how long I've been wanting to play this mod. Not 2013, 2023. Why'd I say 2013? 2023. So it's been like 3 years. Does he have a muscle spasms? Yeah, I don't know why he does that. I don't know why it's doing this. I'm not moving that one. I'm actually standing still. That's why I don't know why it's doing that. It does this sometimes though. Fuck you, bird. You won't do anything to— oh, fuck you, bird. Ouch. Can he give me— no? Okay. Fuck you, Sting. Can I go in here? No. Okay. Is that a thing? Yeah, okay, bye. Bro, just killing all the things for me. Like, I don't know. Oh, hello. Fuck you. Bonk. That bird gave me nightmares as a kid. Really? This bird? I don't know. I don't think I was scared of this bird. I was scared of some other things, but not that a bird. I don't think Wind Waker scared me because the art style was too cute. I don't know. Twilight Princess, yeah, that scared me. This bird made me hungry. It's like a legendary culture. Oh, I see. Fried chicken. I need to bonk it again. Wait, Lincoln looks so cute holding the hammer. Wait, look at her. She's like the small thing holding giant hammer archetype right now. Bonk. I could do it twice. Whatever. Wage looks so cute. I just staring at Lingo, not staring at the bird. Bonk. Small girl wielding massive weapon gotta be one of the best. Yeah. It really do. Bonk. I forgot how many times I had to do that. Bro is stupid. Bro is stupid. Bro can't see. I think that's it. Did I shoot it? No. Huh. What I do? Do I need to bonk it like while it's coming for me? No, cause yeah, its head's not there. Okay, I guess I just had to wait. Bonk. Oh wow, I'm so happy. Why is that little like jiggly thing its weakness? That's crazy. Oh wait, that counted? Oh my god. I didn't think it would leave after that. That's crazy. What is bro doing? What is bro doing? It actually almost fucked me. What is bro doing? I don't know what bro's doing. Bro is being stupid. Okay, fine, I guess I'll just wait here. Fuck you. What the hell? Get juked, idiot. Oh, so I just have to make it hit the wall. Okay, that makes sense. I had no idea what I was doing and I was doing the right thing. That's kind of funny. Bonk. So at the start of this, that link shown to be regular kid, now we got dragged to this because... Yeah. But he's cool now, so it's fine. Killed Ganon's pet. Ganon's pet exploded. Yippee! Airme, yeah. For real, this Link's a girl. No, that's not fast in this game. What the fuck? I'm just gonna have her hold the hammer. And it's cute. No, you have to hold the hammer against him. What the hell? It's been a while, girl. Yeah, done well to sneak into my fortress and wriggle your way all the way up here. And now I'm going to kill you. My name is Ganondorf. I am the master of the Forsaken Fortress. By the way, girl, when you drew that sword of yours out of its pedestal, did you by chance notice how all of the monsters frozen in time down there suddenly began stirring again? I did notice that. To understand precisely what that means, I highly doubt you do. Foolish child, while that sword is indeed the blade of evil's bane, at the same time it has long played another role. Running up and hate the closer Granny gave her. You see, it is also sort of key of those wretched little key that's kept the seal on me and my magic intact. I'm evil. Look at how fucked up and evil I am. By withdrawing the blade, you have broken that seal. I'm dead. No, he was already free. He just has magic now. I'm dead. You cannot defeat me with a blade that does not sparkle with the power to repel evil. What you hold is useless. Go back to the world below and tell that to the pathetic fools who made this blade. I love that he has dual katanas in this game. I don't know, Ganon just has a lot of aura in this game, even though he's basically just a return to tradition guy in this game. It's kind of funny. Its power is gone and its edges are dull. Hello. Actually, this whole game is about how returning to tradition is bad. It's actually kind of funny, now that I think about it. Or forcing people to return to tradition is bad. That's what I should say. You pathetic little sea rat. No, that's Nico. I like Calamity Ganon, he's so eldritch. Yeah. Calamity Ganon's cool. Wait, have you seen Hyrule Warriors Calamity Ganon, like the playable one? Oh my god, it's Zelda. Because that one's actually eldritch, it's very fun. It's very Stranger Things, actually, like Demogorgon. What are you talking about? I don't know any Zelda. You can play- yeah, you can play as him in Hyrule Warriors. He's a secret character, though. You have to unlock him. Feigning ignorance will gain you nothing. After the story, obviously. If you're not Zelda, then why do you have this fragment of the Triforce? Oh, thank you, birds. Oh, Dorito. Thank you, dragon. I don't understand a word you say, but thank you. Yippee. Bro just attempted murder right there, by the way. It didn't work, but he still tried. I mean, I guess he deserves it. You can play as a bad guy in defeat Link's forces. Yippee. We're saved. It's alright, Linkle, she hasn't really lost consciousness. Hey, now look at my right eye. Your sister has escaped the Forsaken Fortress with the pirates. You can relax, she's safe now. Lord, believe you just arrived not a moment too soon. We are deeply grateful. I can't understand what you're saying. I am aware of this. Yet I thought our first priority should be to separate these two from Ganon's grasp. I can't understand what you're saying. Bye. I wonder if that's translatable. It probably is. But I can't understand it. Thank you, Rudo. Bye. That dragon locked in Ganon would be dead already. True. I'll explain things later. Now we must return to the world beneath the sea. Okay, I guess. Oh, we're going in here. We're doing things. I'm Linkle. That's me. Hello. I have one brain cell. Did I tell you this already? I have one brain cell. Yeah, alright. What is this place? And Ganondorf, what happened to him? I have one brain Someone's calling me. Yeah, I was done with this game too, am I? It was considered rude now. Oh wait, I had to do the... Right, I had to do the fucking... Triforce, right? I don't know where any of them are. And then I had to do... the last dungeon. That might be an entire stream on its own, I'm being real. Because I don't know where any of them are. I'm being so real, I do not know where any of them are. But yeah, I don't know. I'm so glad I killed everyone. I love killing things. Bye. Like I said, I remember this game being short. I don't remember it being this short. But whatever. Are you the one who was speaking through my stone without my permission? Answer me. That stone was an enhanced version of the Gossip Stones long spoken in the legends of the Hyrulean royal family. I'm the one who made it. The royal family's Gossip Stone. I have no idea what you're talking about. Have not of you heard the tales? No. I don't care. This place where the two of you now stand is that kingdom. This is Hyrule. You must return to tradition. My name is Daphnis no Hansen Hyrule. He's also a return to tradition guy. Lingle, do you not recognize my voice? I am the one who got you here. I am the king of red lions. You must return. But now both of you must listen to me become a trad right now. Once long ago, this land of Hyrule was turned into a world of shadows by Ganon, who sought to attain the power of the gods for his own evil ends. My power alone could not stop the fate, and our only choice was to leave the fate of the kingdom in the hands of the gods. When the gods heard our pleas, they chose to seal away not only Ganon, but Hyrule itself. And so with a torrential downpour rains from the heavens, everyone's dead. Yeah, all that was lost, for the gods knew that to seal the people away with the kingdom would be the Ganon's wish for destruction of the land. Never mind, no one's dead. I think you could run through to the game. But those people were our ancestors this quick. No, like I said, I remember this game being super fucking short. I just don't know where the Triforce pieces are, so that's gonna be long. So long as Ganondorf is not revived, Hyrule would remain below, never waking from its slumber. Tetra, come to me. Have this shit. This necklace he wears is a part of a sacred treasure called the Triforce of Wisdom, which has been passed down for many ages. Don't ask me what it is. It's a thing. The Triforce of Wisdom, none other than that sacred power of the gods that we have kept for Ganon's for so many long years. The gods place it upon your ancestors the task of protecting it from evil's grasp. You two must abide by the laws of the past. Return to tradition right now. Whitewash beam activate! She looks so scared, she doesn't want to be whitewashed. Wait, no. Don't do it to her. No. That's the whitewash beam. What the fuck? Why'd you do that to her? You look so sad. I think I would be too. My fate. You're the true heir of the royal family of Hyrule, the last link in the bloodline. Why she started scared? She got whitewashed. You know, she didn't want this. Why am I white? You're confused, aren't you? I expect you must be, because you got whitewashed. By my whitewashed beam. Link, I'm terribly sorry to have been caught up in these events. I'm sorry you had to see this traumatic event of Zelda being whitewashed. Of Tetra being whitewashed. Return to tradition right now. Become her trad wife right now. And get the Triforce. Die. Zelda. So she's Zelda, yeah. I need to stop playing this game. Stone is sailing out all over the place. You know what? That's a vibe. So I wish I wait here and writing until we return. Turn edition. Bye. We must go. No, it is kind of funny how King of Red Lions and Ganon are just two sides of the same coin. Like, both want to return to tradition, but for complete different reasons. But okay, everyone's playing this game, but by the end, Hyrule's like, oh wait, this is actually fucked up and wrong. And then he's like, I'll let the youth decide, and then, yeah, you know, it's kind of funny. It is kind of funny how they're basically the same, though. Like, same ideology, just for different reasons. But then Hyrule realizes how much it's fucked up. I don't know, I like that about the game. She loses her tan, yeah. He realizes how fucked up it is to, like, put rules on people, I guess. The fact that the Master Sword lost the power to repel evil suggests to me that something has happened to the sages who infused the blade with God's power. Oh wait, no, I still have to do these temples. And then I have to find a Triforce. Wait, so I'm not close to finishing at all, actually. The real villain was gender rules all along, yeah. Real. And then you know what Link and Zelda decided to do? They decided to make train tracks. And honestly, real. And that's canonical, by the way. Do you know Hero Time months ago she defeated Ganon? Whoa. I didn't know that was also a girl. And brought a piece of the Kingdom of Hyrule. A piece of the Triforce was given to the Hero Time when she kept it safe, much as Zelda kept hers. The autism pipeline. I mean, look at Linkle, you can't tell me. She has one brain cell. I don't know. I don't know where the pieces are. Fuck you. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna go to the title screen. And, like, you know, fuck you. And, you know, like, fuck you. Don't look at that. Fuck you. Hello. I'm gonna play the song. How do you like the song? Is that to continue sailing? Hello. I am here now. I didn't get an end. I didn't mean to get rid of that. Let's see. I got rid of the wrong thing. I didn't want to get rid of it, but I did. Okay, how do I play it again? Play it again, please. I thought that was something else for some reason. Here you go. Have bingo again. Yay! It's streaming over this guy, yeah. I've been streaming for 4 hours, so I'm tired. But you know, you can catch the next one maybe tomorrow. I won't be streaming Wind Waker tomorrow, I'll be streaming that in fucking a week, but yeah. But yeah, I'm tired. It's been like 4 hours and 30 minutes. I already streamed like 4 hours and 30 minutes. No. Yeah, no. That kind of happened. But let's see. Oh yeah, tomorrow. I think I'm gonna play Coliseum tomorrow, Pokemon Coliseum. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play Mario Kart and Tomodachi Life. Just as a kinda going away thing since I'm leaving for a week. And then, I don't know what the next stream will be on Tuesday or Wednesday. If it's on Tuesday, it'll be Wind Waker. If it's on Wednesday, it'll be Coliseum. So yeah. And yeah, I'm leaving Thursday, so yeah, I'm going somewhere, so yeah, I can't stream. XNSW, bro. I think I did, didn't I? I think you're the one who has to... You have to click browse channels and you have to follow the categories for everything. Unless you mean you can't you can't type in the NSFW rule. In which case, I did that on purpose because I don't want people posting in there but me. Because I want to make sure it's moderated properly. Because I don't want minors to do stuff, and if I don't know they're a minor, you know, like, you know, that's why. That's why. But yeah, I like this music. Oh my god! But you know, I just looked up like weird Nintendo music on the Nintendo Music app, and like, you know, this shit is like obscure and weird. So yeah, I like it. Anyway, yeah, that is my schedule. I'm sorry. The past 2 weeks have just been like 2 or 3 streams a week. I really want to get back into a regular schedule, like I said. Like, I really do want to, like I said. Especially since, like, you know, especially since, like, I got to 1K, and ever since then, I haven't had a normal week schedule. And I hate it. I absolutely hate it. So yeah, I can't wait to get back to normal schedule. And I think when I get back to normal schedule, I want to stream on Saturdays. Like I said, I wanna try and stream like horror game demos and just see what happens. But yeah, like just weird little game demos that I find that are just like super niche, like indie horror games, like shit like that. Cause those are my favorite horror games usually. And so I just want to play demos, because, you know, I don't have money, but I can at least play the demo and see if I have fun. I think that's what Queso does anyway. It's the IO slow, yeah. I think that's what Queso does anyway, right? He just plays the demo, he doesn't usually play the full game. And he, like, switches when the demo's done and shit. So, you know, just think of it like that, I guess. But, yeah. Let me see if I have someone I can raid. And then, yeah. Yeah. Let me see. Wait, what is someone playing Wind Waker, a VTuber? I should see this. Someone doing a rando Wind Waker. And then... someone else is doing a rando... Why are so many people doing a rando Wind Waker? Okay, you know what? This person's name... Wait, what was the other one? Yeah, this person's name... is Eldritch Horror of Bread. And so I wanna raid them more. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. But yeah. Do that. Good night. Do that. And then I hope I see you guys tomorrow. Not surprised if I didn't know. And yeah. Anyway. Goodbye. Goodbye. Yeah, goodbye.